Hello, everyone. Good to see you this fine Saturday. Sorry it's a bit of a late start, and a special sorry to the players for being a bit scatterbrained and it's been a hectic week, so I didn't do the best organizing for today's season 8.2 playoffs, but we still got some excellent players in here. There's only 8 people in the tournament, so it should be a shorter one, but good skill level nonetheless. We got Ice Power, High C, Energized, Zero, a couple of other really good players in here, so should have some good battles ahead. And it looks like, speaking of other players, Energized just arrived into the lobby, and so this is our first best of 3 we will watch today in the season 8.2 playoffs of the HW League. So just as a reminder, this was kind of like an in-between season because Warhammer 3 was supposed to come out this year, and so I was like, all right, season 9 will be Warhammer 3. It didn't come out this year, and so we did this little interim tournament season because we were trying to figure out if the game was going to get delayed or not. It got delayed, and so starting after this season 8.2, which has kind of been a mini, but in reality a big season, we're going to go to season 9, which will be on Warhammer 2, and then season 10 will be Warhammer 3, which will begin next year, obviously, once it's out. So yeah, stay tuned. We'll have some more battles and awesome stuff for y'all in just a moment. But for now, let's get ready to watch Zero take on Energized. 2 excellent players, and can't remember the map. I think, yeah, the players are going to pick the map, so we'll see what their picks are in just a moment. Dark Arc 19, you sexy bastard. How you do? How you do? How you do? 1 second, 33. What? What does that even mean? 1S33YOU. 1 second, 33 years. OU. I don't even know. Ruben, good to see you, mate. You've been here all the streams lately. Oh, I see you. I'm crazy. How did I not pick up on that, Dark Arc? Maybe it's too early. I need to smoke weed. That will make me more coherent. I'm glad to hear it, my friend. Are we going to play some of the Hunt today? I can stream that too. Excuse me. Once I finish up this tournament, though, which we just barely got started. We got 12 people in the chat so far. Hey, welcome, welcome. Looks like YouTube is outnumbering Twitch. That's unheard of. 8 people on YouTube and 4 people on Twitch. Bananas. I wonder how long that will last. So we got Energized picking the Lizardman and the Vampire counts for his first 2. And the map will be Prague. So we'll see what our opponent counters with. Lizardman and Vampire counts a very popular pick, especially with Beastmen being so popular in the meta. Yeah, Lizardman and the Vampire counts are some of the few factions that have a good matchup against the Beastmen, so we will see what happens from here. Charix, good to see you, man. Best of luck in today's tournament. I forget who you're playing first. I'd have to check the bracket. And speaking of the bracket, why don't we go ahead and just throw that up on the screen really quick. Take a look, see who we have in today's tournament. So here, as you can see, we got RTK Charix versus Heisey. Ice Power versus ODM Hanadins. This was a bye because Hanadins couldn't play last minute. So we have Energized versus Low Zero, which we're currently watching. And then Even Star versus Spheritrazum down in the bottom bracket. So should be, like I say, a short, sweet tournament. Only 8 players, but very high-level players, as you can tell from the names here. So going back into the battle lobby. Let's see if our opponent is countered. Nope, not quite. So Energized confirmed his picks, Zero being a good sport, saying hello, and we'll see what his counter is. Prague, nice big open map. A little bit of terrain to work with on the eastern edges of it when you get to those little mountain areas, and some players can post up there, but typically you see the fight take place on the west side of this battlefield over in the more open area with the little bit of sparse forest. What Elves is the counter? That's a counter I could see making sense. Some people like that matchup quite a lot. And we're going to see Lizardman confirmed immediately by Energized. Energized is a Lizardman main, and he is a great Lizardman player. So we'll see. Zero should have his work cut out for him. That's not what I meant to pick. There we go. Get this other faction banner updated to the good old Lizard boys. And then I'm going to go get that intro card ready like I like to do. So just stay tuned for a second. The stream will appear frozen, but we'll be right back to it. Happy Saturday, by the way, everyone. This week can go fuck itself. I'm sick of it, tired of it, and happy it's the weekend. And I had a short week, too, because I took 2 days of vacation, Monday and Tuesday, but they were kind of used more for driving school and divorce stuff, so not a super good vacation as far as I'm concerned. Over here, what else? Lizardmen. Cool. Okay, looks like the players making their builds now, and I imagine we'll get into it fairly quickly. Tell us how you really feel. Oh, Harabek. I don't think I can. I'd get banned from Twitch. All right, Energized has confirmed he's ready. All right, guys, while they're getting ready, I'm going to go take one quick bathroom break. Be right back. And we're back. Altamore for Toronto, good to see you, my friend. Yeah, 0 with the Wood Elves taking on Energized and the Lizardmen. The map is Prague, so these two factions kind of fighting outside of their usual domain. But we will see what comes out on top in this first round of their best of 3. So, now that we're here in the map, just waiting for the players to load in, let's take a little look around. You can see, as I mentioned earlier, very nice open map with minimal terrain features, but over here on the eastern side you do see some hills to work with. Often do see some players, at least myself, like to take advantage of this high ground in between the two terrain features on either end so you can anchor your flanks and get some good damage in on the approach from your opponent. But time will tell. Let's also go over here since I'm not playing today. Let's get those camera speeds, control speeds down so we get that nice buttery smooth experience that you know and love. And as always, chat, do let me know if the video and audio quality is okay. You want to make sure you have the best viewing experience possible. But without further ado, let us begin with our Wood Elf army brought by Low Zero. Now, for his front line, we're going to have a couple of Dryads. We do have a lot of cavalry in the form of Glade Riders with spears. We do have the Lost Sylvan Knights, Regiment of Renown down here, very, very popular unit in the meta, and can single-handedly win many battles. Other than that, we will have some Eternal Guard with shields for that bonus versus large armor-piercing infantry. And then we do see a Blade Singer. Looks like we're just going to have one Blade Singer from what I can see. These ladies do pack quite a punch. They have armor-piercing, magical damage, and a bonus versus infantry. They are a bit expensive, up at 1,200 per unit, though. Going to see two Glade Guard with Starfire Shafts, just 2 of them in the rear there. And then we're going to be seeing our leader squad, which is going to consist of Waystalkers. Looks like 2 of them with Arrow of Kurnos, Eye of Kurnos, and then one of them also has this AoE. No, the Eye of Kurnos, and both of them have Hawk's Precision. My apologies. And now last but never least, we have the Ancient Tree Man. I really like this lord. Don't see him a ton in the meta, especially with the Sisters of Twilight around now. But Ancient Tree Man, great lord. He has a Scroll of Shielding, Foe Seeker, Regrowth, Earthblood, as well as Call of the Woods and Life Bloom. Now that rounds out our Lizardman force. Let's take a look at the Lizardmen. And I think I said Lizardman twice there. That rounds out our Wood Elf force. Let's take a look at the Lizardmen. Lizardman frontline will consist of Saurus warriors. It looks like we're going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 2 Saurus with shields on either, one on either flank. We have 2 Skink cohort with javelins on either flank for a little bit of skirmish power. We are also going to be seeing the Legion of Shakwa holding up the rear here with their missile resistance shield. We're then going to be taking a look at a Bastiladon with a solar engine, and then an Ancient Salamander. So 1 solar engine, 1 Salamander. Salamander does have significantly less range than the solar engine, if memory serves me right. So yeah, 240 versus 160. And already you can see the Bastiladon with solar engine taking some serious damage. I missed both arrows of Kurnos. My apologies, chat, because the only thing that could have targeted him from this range was an arrow of Kurnos, so clearly I got some good damage in. Now, for the rest of the Lizardman army, we do see 2 Chameleon Skinks. Interesting that there's absolutely no mobility in this army. We got Oxyotl, and then we have a Skink Priest of Heavens with Windblast and Harmonic Convergence. Alright, so skirmish phase opening up. The Wood Elves seem like they have a pretty good advantage in the skirmishing area as far as I'm concerned, just because, you know, 2 Waystalkers, those guys will kill a lot of models if the Lizardmen just continue to sit here and trade with them. And as we saw, the Heirs of Kurnos probably going to be able to get this Bastiladon close to half health on their next volley if they so choose. And there's nothing here in this Lizardman army to do any healing. So, you know, this is the damage they take will be damage they keep. Over here, ooh, nice shot from the solar engine going into the Lost Sylvan Knights. Look at that, killing off 2 models. And that's a big deal. Wood Elves cannot resurrect models. They're not undead after all. And so any Lost Sylvan Knight they lose, you know, they're going to lose it for the rest of this battle. They're not getting it back. So the Lost Sylvan Knights, I like them a lot, but into this pick, it can be a bit questionable, in my humble opinion, for exactly that reason. Often you see double Bastiladon with a solar engine in this matchup. Over here, Arrow of Kurnos now targeting the Ancient Salamander. It looks like both of them going down on it. Boom. And boom. I love how they come in from those 3 different angles, low, medium, and high. And wow, that just those 2 arrows of Kurnos almost bringing it down half health. So right now, Wood Elves seem like they're in a pretty decent spot, but we will see how they do in the infantry engagements. Lizardmen do have the infantry advantage, no doubt about it, but the Blade Singers, we'll see how well they do in this combat. Looks like they're getting a free charge off against Saurus Warriors. Saurus Warriors not even countercharging them, and they are melting. Harmonic Convergence getting popped down on top of them, but it's not making much of a difference. Lost Sylvan Knights charging in, and just like that, that center Saurus Warrior is getting melted. On the other flanks, obviously much more even engagements where they will win with enough time against Eternal Guard and such. But that center unit now terror routing, and we will see if the Wood Elves can take advantage of that to start rolling some units up. I did see a Wind Blast coming down here, doing a lot of damage to the Glade Guard with Starfire Shafts. Definitely a good target there. Try to get that range supremacy as soon as you can. Right now, the Lost Sylvan Knights in the thick of it. Looks like they're going to be getting a regrowth now to try and keep them healthy. Yep, there it goes. And it's upgraded for 2k HP restoration. There goes another fire from the Bastiladon with the solar engine, but it was a swing and a miss. It veered off harmlessly into no man's land. And the Wood Elf's just using this terror ball to great effect right now. In fact, the only thing I might even say is like split up your terror. But obviously them being together is very nice for those big old juicy heals. Right now, Blade Singers coming forward, they are just on a warpath. They've been cutting through so many Lizardmen infantry units. Now they're quite low on health and in combat with the Legion of Shakwa, but it looks like they're actually doing all right with the Drika supporting and the Ancient Tree Man. Lost Sylvan Knights going around looking for targets. As you can see, Lizardmen infantry is slowly but surely winning that frontline engagement. And I think the Wood Elves are losing an opportunity perhaps to turn around and start smashing some of these guys with their infantry, but I take it back. This is probably the smart play here from Zero, using his Wood Elf forces here to take care of all the ranged units in the back line and then turn around and deal with the infantry piecemeal. But he can't let this Lizardman infantry regroup with the Lizardman dinos, because then he'll be in trouble. Right now, Bladesinger is starting to take some serious damage here. The Dryads turning around to countercharge the Saurus Warriors that were diving into combat. I really like that choice. And right now, very close fight, but the Wood Elves definitely in the lead as far as I can tell. Ancient Salamander still vomiting up fireballs and doing a lot of damage to these tightly packed Wood Elf formations. The Eternal Guard and other units are just suffering so much. I'm very curious to see the Salamander versus Solar Engine value after this game, no doubt about it. Over here, Oxyotl getting hunted now by the Lost Sylvanite. Scroll of Shielding has gone down on top of them. But they need to be getting on top of the Bastillodon with the Solar Engine, honestly. I don't know what they're doing here on top of Oxyotl. Oh, never mind. He does magic damage, so he's actually super dangerous, too. I totally spaced on that, so never mind. Probably the right call staying on top of Oxyotl, because he doesn't have magical attacks, just magical missiles. Glade Riders coming in to get on top of Oxyotl, shut him down for a while. Lost Sylvanite's definitely taking a lot of damage now. They're down to 9 models. And the Lizardmen now look like they have an edge in the balance of power. Ancient Salamander firing in on the Ancient Tree Man. Those fireballs do bonus damage against trees for very obvious reasons. But now the Lizardmen getting that infantry regrouped with their monsters, like I mentioned earlier. And I think the Wood Elves are going to have this slip through their fingers, perhaps, in just a moment, if they're not careful. Yeah, no, I don't know. With the infantry support coming in, that's just going to mean the monster fight is going to switch very much in favor of the Lizardmen. Ancient Tree Man and Lost Sylvanites could kill these Bastillodons on their own, no doubt about it. But when you have Saurus Warriors and Saurus Spears in there, it becomes a much different scenario. Over here, Wood Elves trying to flex their speed, stay ahead of the Saurus Infantry. We have some Glade Guard with Starfire Shafts that have regrouped and are firing down from the high ground. Very nice, lucky regroup for the Wood Elves there. They're going to need everything they can get, but over here it looks like it's going to be over because Ancient Tree Man, unsupported, out on his own, and he's just going to get chased off the map. He doesn't have enough speed to get out of the situation, and yeah, I don't think the Wood Elves can pull it off without him. But still have 2 Waystalkers, but they are out of ammunition. Oxyotl, where are you at? Yeah, he's at half health, but he's still doing okay. And now, as you can see, as the Glade Riders bunch up on him, you're just going to see the javelins being thrown off the back of the Bastillodon with the Solar Engine, and the Solar Engine shots itself killing him off, and that's going to be a GG. Wood Elf starting out strong, but then getting cut down to size over to throughout the battle. So well played to Energized there, keeping an eye on his win conditions. And I like this build, and I think it was working well for him at first. I honestly think that boils down to, honestly, my biggest problem in the game, I would say, which is unit prioritization in terms of like which engagements he should have been going for there. I think he had an opportunity to dominate the front line there. He was like really folding up a lot of Saurus Warriors after he broke the center. And I think if he would have split the Ancient Tree Man to the left flank and the Lost Sylvan Knights to the right flank, or vice versa, so like, you know, once he, let me, I'm visualizing here, once he, here's this, the Lizardman line, once he broke through that center, he could have split 1 Terra unit this way, 1 Terra unit this way, made some boobies, and hit the Lizardman front line from the back. And I know it's like a decision that in hindsight is easy to say, but I would say if he would have put terror into both of those flank engagements after he dominated the center, he could have routed most of the Lizardman infantry and then just walked his way to victory from there. But he didn't support his infantry. His infantry inevitably lost those flank engagements because they're not going to win it without rear charges, terror, things like that to help him out, because Eternal Guard just won't beat Saurus Warriors, as they shouldn't. Saurus Warriors are big old lizard men, okay? They're like walking crocodiles. So, yeah, point being, I think it was unit prioritization there. I don't think it was the build's fault. I don't think it was Micro's fault. I think it was He had an opportunity there to wrap up the front line, and he instead pursued the back line. Wasn't able to execute in the back line quickly enough to prevent the Lijman front line from beating the Wood Elves front line and then turning around to support the Lijman back line. So very close battle, very cool battle, and I like to see those back and forths. But let's throw that blocker up, update the scoreboard, put a point up for Energized and his Lizards, and see what round 2 shall bring. Oh my god, I didn't even look at unit value. Hey, Fardizzle. Hey, Butcherbird. There were going to be special rules, but then I had a hectic week. I didn't go because I was originally going to make it a single army tournament where like you build an army and that's the only army you play for the entire tournament. But for viewers, that's not the most fun thing to see. For players, it takes some bit more coordination in advance. And I just had a shitty week, and so I didn't do any of that. So my apologies to players. So we're just doing regular format tournament today to keep it simple and keep the faction variety high. Ah, damn. Yeah, he was pretty far back there. I think probably to avoid getting kited by the Waystalkers. But the problem was the Waystalkers had Arrow of Kurnos, so he was getting dominated in the back line too. Yeah, I like the Ancient Salamander. I think it's cool. If it had stock, I think it could be good against the Lizardmen, but it doesn't have stock. Or, sorry, if it had stock, I think it would be good against the Wood Elves. But since the Ancient Salamander doesn't have stock, I don't think it is good against the Wood Elves. Because at least the solar engines are on Bastillodons that have good armor. The Ancient Salamander doesn't have good armor. And so it's much more squishy, even to like, Sisters of Thorn, things like that could come in and kind of Glade Guard or Glade Riders with bows. So I think it's a cool pick, but in my humble opinion, and let me know if they're cheaper or not, which I believe they are, the Umbral Tide would be a better pick. They have stock, they're cheaper, perfect vigor, multiple models. I don't know. I just feel like the Umbral Tide would be a safer pick, almost entirely on the fact that they have stock. Otherwise, those Arrows of Kurnos are just going to ruin you all day. So let's get this. It's got Beastmen versus Chaos. This has been a pretty popular matchup lately. A lot of Archaon versus Taurox in my life, which I'm always happy with because I love Archaon. So let's get the intro card and the faction banners all updated, shall we? Beastmen 4-0. Currently the highest win rate faction by a long shot. They're doing very well for themselves. And then the Warriors of Chaos, a bit more of a niche faction, but I feel like they're gaining popularity, especially with Warhammer 3 on the horizon. Everybody wants to get in on those Chaos factions. Speaking of, holy shit, I cannot wait to play some Ogre Kingdoms. I am very happy to see them at long last. Alright, Karak Asgal is the map. We're loading in now, and I'll see you on the battlefield. Low Zero, bringing the Beastmen versus Energized and the Warriors of Chaos. This is round 2 of their best of 3 and currently match point for Energized. Excuse me. Alrighty, so let's go ahead and get right to it. Starting with the Warriors of Chaos in red, led by Energized. You can hear my daughter in the background rooting for Chaos, her favorite faction. Well, never mind, Skaven's her favorite. But we have two Chaos Warriors with halberds. Going to be taking a look at a single Chosen with halberds as well, looking glorious. We're also going to have a healthy skirmish force in the form of, looks like 4 Marauder Horsemasters. Arguably the best skirmish cav in the game. You have 2 Chaos Spawn on the right flank. And then I think that rounds out this army besides the Lord. And do we even need to check? It's Archaon, the Ever-Chosen, of course. He is, after all, Ever-Chosen. Slayer of Kings, Stand or Die, Foe Seeker, Burning Head, Cascading Fire Cloak, and Fireball, along with a Crown of Domination to give you immune to psychology to units within the AoE you can see highlighted on the map, and then Kindle Flame for that fire weakness imbued on the enemy army whenever he is casting magic. Now, going to the Beastmen army led by Zero, we're going to be seeing Ungor Spearman Herd with shields. Looks like 1 on either flank, and in the center there, 2 Ungor Herd. We then see Grog Hooves of Wolf's Run, ROR Centaurs with throwing axes, and then we have another unit of throwing axes supporting them. And then we're going to be looking at Minotaurs. It looks like 2 regular old Minotaurs with shields. So not regular Minotaurs, Minotaurs with shields. We then have Korok's Man-Rippers, Regiment of Renown Bestigor Herd. And Torox the Brass Bull running in there with Brass Body and Slaughterer's Call and Call to Violence. We got Feral Manticore up in the air, and a Bray Shaman of Wild Traderkin, and Vile Tide, and a second Manticore on the other side. But here comes that Fireball going after the Bray Shaman, getting some good damage, taking off about 1/5 of that Bray Shaman's health on the first cast. So, Beastmen skirmish forces now retreating behind their front line. It looks like their front line is actually retreating as well. Makes sense to me. Just take advantage of the fact that you do have the advantage in skirmishing right now. In fact, you almost have a... Oh, no, not a monopoly. There's 2 throwing axes out there, but 2 throwing axes do not want to trade against 4 Marauder Horsemasters. Now, some good damage on top of the Bray Shaman so far. Eliminating Traderkin is probably top of mind for the Chaos Forces at the moment. Right now, here comes another Fireball. Looks like it's going to go once again for the Bray Shaman. Boom, another nice connection. Trying some jukes and dives and dodges there, but just not working out for the Bray Shaman. Over here, Chaos Marauders finally getting into the engagement. You can see here, Warhounds with Poison getting routed very quickly, taking half health. So far, Chaos performing very well, being managed very well by Energized. We'll see what happens from here, though. Burning Head going down, going to decimate some of those Ungor Herd, and that's going to leave the Beastmen front line just Chaos Spawn with Manticores. And if you have the infantry cushion, you know, that meat shield, as they like to say, you're going to be in a much better spot than your opponent in these monster fights. But we will see. The Minotaurs with shields holding on okay there. By the way, I made a mistake there. These are Minotaurs with shields versus Chaos Spawn from the Warriors of Chaos. Over here, another Traderkin coming in. Bray Shaman still in the fight. This Traderkin was upgraded to increase the damage output. And now Archaon the Ever-Chosen starting to take a beating from Torox the Brass Bull. Torox does not have his Minotaur supporting him, but a rear charge from the Centaurs with throwing axes coming down and saving his life by the looks of it. Or you know what I mean, or you don't. In any case, before I confuse myself too much, let's go ahead and check what's happening here in the back lines. Korok's Man-Rippers in combat with Chaos Marauders. They're going to win that combat no problem, but it's going to be slow because, you know, they're the Man-Rippers, and they aren't made to deal with massive amounts of chaff infantry. Over here, Warhounds with Poison are coming after the Marauder Horsemasters, but the Horsemasters are going to countercharge, and they are no chumps in combat. They are going to be able to easily defeat those Warhounds. Ungor Spearmen coming in, trying to support, but it looks like the Warhounds are going to get routed before they can close the distance. Over here, Cascading Fire Cloak, Foe Seeker, all popping down on top of Archaon the Ever-Chosen. to keep him in the fight. Torok's the Brass Bull is sitting in here unsupported for the most part. Looks like there's some Minotaurs trying to break their way in here, but the Chaos Spawn are holding them at bay. But Torok's the Brass Bull, with his crazy mass, going to be able to pull out of there no problem by the looks of it. He is very low on health though, but Archaon also not looking too pretty. Balance of power is in favor of red at the moment. Torok's the Brass Bull coming in for a big charge, and now he is right back where he started in terms of just kind of being behind enemy lines. But once again, no problem for him. He's just like, all right, I am a literal Brass Bull. All right, Chaos coming over here, eliminating some more Ungor units. Torok's cycle charging down the middle. Bray Shaman is still alive. Chaos needs to eliminate that Bray Shaman as quickly as they can, because no more Traderkins. But I think at this point, Chaos is looking like they're getting into a comfortable position to perhaps just take the game. But it really does matter, you know, who comes out in the Lord duel, because if Torok kills Archaon here, the Chaos faction may just fall apart. Their leadership may not hold up to that. One Chaos Spawn just chasing down Torok's the Brass Bull. I love that. Give him a couple punches to the ribs. Over here, big fat Traderkin going down on top of all of this Chaos infantry. One full health unit of halberds was in there too, and they're taking some serious damage. Alright, throwing axes coming into combat now. Looks like there goes another fireball after the Bray Shaman once again, and boom, nice connection. Bray Shaman's still alive, but the Marauder Horsemaster's coming over here trying to change that right now. Over here, Archaon throwing down the Slayer of Kings, Hunter Cascading Fire Cloak 2, 84-78 melee attack, 952 weapon strength. Archaon is an absolute monster now, and there he goes, killing the Brass Bull and showing everyone why he is called the Ever-Chosen. Beastmen leadership getting some good damage, no doubt about it. But, yeah, just kind of not getting the engagements I think the Beastmen wanted to. This was very well played by Energized. He was refusing the engagements with the front line for quite a long time, which is a great tactic if you can do it. You know, just keep refusing the front line engagement and harassing your opponent with your skirmishers. If you have the advantage there, don't let up, you know. Press the advantage. Keep your front line fresh as long as possible. Try to get your opponent's formation disrupted and discombobulated, and then, you know, go into the combat once you're feeling comfortable and feeling confident about, you know, it's going to go in your favor. So choose your battles, folks. And right here, 0. Great games, my friend. Better luck next season. But Energized going to knock them out 2-0 and move on to the next round. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, going back out here to the multiplayer lobby. Let's try to find ourselves a fight. Alright, so Ice Power versus High Sea should be going on right now. And I am 100% down for that. Just wait a minute. Energized, Spare Tresem, and Ice Power High Sea. So we're already into our semifinals, so we'll tell the players just to hold it because it's so early. Hey guys, Sadie, it's good to see you, man. All right, thank you, Iron Thunder. Yeah, I just messaged that in Discord too, but thank you. I should have assumed you already did it, but thank you, my friend. So let's go ahead and get into the first one. Whoever's lobby I see first will be the one I join. So if the players are listening here, just go ahead and get hosted, and I will pop on in. It looks like Energized already just sitting there. Sparatrism already. Okay, so we haven't seen Sparatrism yet. Let's go hop down there. Looks like he may just be waiting for his opponent to pop on over. Hey, Cypher. Good to see you, mate. I need to get a new camera. I always just go cheap and they suck. And here we are, guys. We got them both in. And would you look at that? We only need to update one side of the scoreboard. Svertrasm. Alright, score. I'm going to go back to 0-0, and we should be into it in just a moment, chat. But on that note, I am going to go take a break, go do some push-ups, take a pee, because I got to keep my blood flowing and not just be lazy, because otherwise I start feeling like shit halfway through the stream. So I encourage you to do the same. Go stretch your legs, folks. I'll be right back. and do an update really quick so I can keep taking my break, but have everything ready to go when we come back. And that means Red Faction must be updated to Lizardman. I am Sean Connery. I am Sean Connery. This is a league of extraordinary gentlemen. Alright, there we go. I'll be right back. Big idea for a little potato. Intro cards! Alright. Sorry, everybody. Here we go. Boom. Beastmen versus Lizardmen. Ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be the first round of the best of 3 between Svertrazm and Energized. So, covering the armies, the map is Prague. And we're going to start with our blue player, as usual. So, for the Beastmen, we've got Ungor Herd, 1, 2, 3. Up front, 2 Bestigor Herd, 3 Ungor Raiders. We got some Harpies, 2 Manticores up top. 3 throwing axes, including the ROR. And then Torox the Brass Bull down here with his usual kit, leading the army. And for the magic, the usual kit, Bray Scream and Traderkin with the Bray Shaman on top of a chariot. Now, over here for our red player, leading the Lizardmen once again. Going to have a front line of Saurus Spears, 2 units of Skink Cohort, and a Saurus Spear holding down the back line as well. Then we're going to be looking at a Bastilanon with the Ark of Sotek, as well as Lord Mazda Mundi. He's going to have Ruination of Cities, Banishment, Shield of the Old Ones, Apotheosis, Harmonic Convergence, and the Net of a Mintok. He's also got that Sunburst Standard of HWL for the Missile Resist. Up top, we are going to see Ripperdactyl Riders. Looks like 2 Pterodon Riders, as well as a Skink Chief. And then we have a Feral Troglodon in the mix. And I'm going to guess he's going after that Beret Shaman just as quick as he can. Looks like going to be a little bit of connection there, but not a direct hit from the Troglodon. Centaur's throwing axes are running out full speed, trying to catch the Troglodon. Ripperdactyl Riders look like they just got caught by Harpies. They do have a bonus versus infantry, though, and Harpies are an infantry unit, so the Ripperdactyl Riders are actually going to completely shred them. I never thought about that Ripperdactyl Riders are like tailor-made to dominate Harpies. But Throwing Axe is getting a ton of damage down on top of them in return, and Ripperdactyl Riders should get out of there, but it looks like they're not going to. Apotheosis was popped on top of them. We see the Terror kicking in from the Feral Manticore, and definitely not a good trade for the Lizardmen there. That's going to be a good trade for the Beastmen, taking some damage on Harpies to deal with some Ripperdactyl Riders. Over here, Ruination of Cities going down on top of these Bestigor Herd. Vestigore herd in combat with the Saurus now, and the Troglodon getting attacked by the Manticore, but the Manticore taking the brunt of the damage there after the Troglodon got the attack off. And yeah, that Manticore may have made a mistake here. Troglodons are anti-large monsters. Well, I guess not. They just have good weapon strength. Alright, Traderkin upgraded, going down on top of the Lizardman forces. Beastman Manticore is taking a lot of damage though. Lizardman front line seems to be holding out okay for right now, but look at this. The the Bastillodon with the Arc of Sotek is getting routed. Those throwing axes doing quite a lot of work on top of it. Sora Spears are pushing forward, trying to screen out all of the Beastman skirmishers. But Mazda Mundi now is sitting back here. Well, actually, he has some good support. He has these Saurus Warriors with him, or Saurus Spears, I'm sorry. And Torax the Brass Bull is by himself. He got Brass Body Pop for that huge ward save at 40%. But, I don't know. Troglodon now getting in combat with the second Manticore. Not enjoying it, so it looks like it's going to be trying to get out of there. But Torax now coming in too. Saurus Spears coming in to intercept. But we all know Torax. He's just going to run through him. Alright, Apotheosis now going down on top of the Troglodon. Ripperdactyl Riders are coming back. They're tattered, but they're coming back, and it looks like our Beastman player, at least momentarily, has forgotten a unit of throwing axes over here who are chasing the Ripperdactyl Riders. We will see if they come back some other point in the battle right now. Oh no, the Arc of Sotek is holding still. It's idle. There it is. Maybe coming in for attack somewhere, but no. Throwing axe is going to come in before it can get moving. And I think it's going to go down for the count pretty soon. Right now, balance power is in favor of the Lizardmen, though, as you see a lot of Beastmen forces routing around the map. Net of a Mintok goes down on top of Torax the Brass Bull. That's going to be nice, so the Feral Troglodon can get a couple more shots off. Ungor Raiders are doing damage, though, hitting it in the rear while it sits there not facing them. Over here, Bray Shaman coming in for a charge on top of the Troglodon. Now it's going to get double teamed by Mazda Mundi and the Troglodon. And we have Saurus Spears coming over here to try and support. Right now, Torax the Brass Bull coming after the Feral Troglodon. Rampage going to kick in, but Cold-Blooded probably going to be coming in there soon. Shield of the Old Ones going down. Lizardmen doing a good job continuing to push out and keep these Beastmen forces that are regrouping from coming back to the center engagement. They're just trying to keep Torax by himself for as long as possible. And we'll see if they're successful in doing so. Right now, Mazda still full health, still doing very, very well. Pterodon Riders up above, providing overwatch. And yeah, this is looking like it might be going to the Lizardmen. Once again, our player here, Energized, just flexing those Lizardman muscles. As I mentioned, he's a Lizardman main. And he makes that very clear in these last two fights. Casted after this Viking. Over here, Bray Shaman running away from the Skink Chief, and that's going to be a Lizardman victory. Energized taking a quick 1-0 lead in this best of 3. Yeah, I mean, Mazda Mundi getting some good work done. Yeah, it was just a well-made, well-played army. I mean, I think this was the biggest mistake with the Ripperdactyl Riders. But in the end, it kind of ended up being net neutral because even though it was a bad trade initially for them, the Beastmen also sent out throwing axes, chasing them, and forgot about them. So they just kind of sat out in no man's land for most of the game. So I guess kind of an even trade there for the Lizardmen. Troglodon doing good work. And yeah, I mean, good battle. Nothing really to say much there. Then both players played it well, and Lizardman then with a very interesting build from Energized. I just, don't think I've seen this kind of army from the Lizardman before. A little bit of everything. I like to see that. Hey, Mihawk. Holy skinks. Alright, Gorgazon is the map. Greenskins and Vampire Counts are the picks from VM Svertrasm. So last round we saw him bring Warriors of Chaos. Warriors of Chaos wouldn't be the best in this pick. He's going Dwarfs. God, I love him. Yeah, Greenskins and Vampire Counts, and he's going Dwarfs. So I imagine we're going to see Greenskins, but we may see Vampire Counts some. Both of these are matchups that I know people have strong opinions on either side, like Greenskins being weak against Dwarfs, vice versa. Vampire Counts, I think, is a pretty even matchup. It just really depends on the skill level of the players, because the Counts do have some good answers against the Dwarfs, but the Dwarfs, you know, can excel in that matchup because they don't need to worry about getting shot to pieces. So it allows them to bring some underutilized units from their roster, like Hammers, for instance. So yeah, I don't know. We'll see what Svertrasm picks. All right, we got Vampire Counts versus Dowie. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, here we are. Get ready for the second round in this best of three. It is match point for Energized, and he is now bringing the Dwarfs against Svertrasm's Vampire Counts. I did not get enough sleep last night. Old but gold. I like that, Morkoth. I enjoy this matchup. Yeah, 7 zombies on the Dwarfs range units within 1 minute. Those were the days when there was no regen cap. And then you can just heal up your death ball forever. No regen cap and no cap on how many units could be healed at once. That's how the game used to be, folks. Oh, you summer child. Yeah, now it's usually a matter of, do the vampires get enough dragon breaths off? Because if they can land all 3 dragon breaths and eliminate some key targets, the vampires are in a pretty solid spot. If they can't, then it gets more interesting from there. Yeah, it's true. Dude, I can't even remember that far back when it was only 2 casts. That's hilarious. Yeah, I'm trying to remember. Like, I definitely got into multiplayer in Warhammer 1, but it's probably only playing campaign for a minute there. Svertrasm readied up, just waiting on Energized. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. I'll see you on the battlefield. So let's go ahead and remove this crap from the screen and throw up that intro card. And here we are, VM Svertrasm with the vampire counts taking on Energized and the dwarfs. As a reminder, it is match point for Energized. He takes this and he goes to the final. Svertrasm fighting for his life. Oh, dude, I do remember that battle. That was hilarious. Scattered to the winds. Oh, he still is. Yeah, Chaos versus Wood Elves. The game crashed for both of us, and we both got a screen saying that we won. Like, yeah, that was interesting. All right, so here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Starting with our red player, since it is round 2, we have the dwarfs. Now, Energized with his dwarven army will have miners with blasting charges. Looks like we're going to have 2 slayers. Going to have a couple of iron drakes with trollhammer torpedoes. And then we have dwarf warriors with great weapons, longbeards with great weapons. Looks like we're going to have a couple of them, so 2 that we've seen so far, and 2 dwarf warriors with great weapons that we've seen so far. Now, taking a look here at the front line, we will see an additional 2 units we missed, which is going to be Norgrimling's Ironbreakers, the Regiment of Renown Ironbreakers, looking glorious. And then the Peak Gate Guard, Regiment of Renown Hammerers. They do have magical attacks, so watch out, folks, and armor sundering. Along with that, immune to psychology, which regular hammers do not have for some reason. Now, for the remainder of this army, we have a hero squad consisting of a master engineer. He's going to be bringing flash bomb and more ammo, and then Thoric Ironbrow. He's going to be on top of his Anvil of Doom with Rune of Slowness, Rune of Wrath and Ruin, Rune of Doom, Rune of Hearth and Home, and Locus of Power. So that rounds out our Dwarven army. Let's take a look at the vampire counts, being led by our blue player, Svertrasm, who is currently fighting to tie it up. We're going to have 1, 2, 3, 4 units of zombies up in the very front. Behind them, we're going to be seeing skeleton warriors. Looks like 1 and 2, 1 on either flank. And in the center, we will have 4 Graveguard with great weapons. Up in the air, we got Fellbats. Looks like 1, 2, 3 of them. We're going to have 2 Vargulfs on the ground. We have a Necromancer on top of a corpse cart. This Necromancer is bringing the Forbidden Rod, Scroll of Shielding, Van Hell's Dance Macabre, Invocation of Nahek, and Master of Dead, along with that Vigor Mortis. Now up in the air, Lamian Vampire Lord will be on top of a zombie dragon. This Lamian Vampire Lord will have Seduction, as well as Lightning Reflexes, the Penumbral Pendulum, and Raise Dead. So a lot of pendulums and dragon breaths are possibly inbound in just a moment, so we will see if the dwarfs can handle this vampire count onslaught. But very elite front line from the dwarfs. We will see how they hold up. Typically, Hammer is going to dominate Graveyard with great weapons, no problem. And I think the Longbeards with great weapons should stand a pretty good chance against them too. 30-38, 57-48. Yeah, these guys' stats are yoked. 55 weapon strength, 34. I will have to, yeah. I'll have to go in and redo the whole thing because Party Elite is the one who made that intro card system. So I need to go in and make my own version for Warhammer 3 unless he does it again. Alright, so right now you're going to see the Vargulf coming out to take a little bit of damage. See that the dwarfs keeping some good spacing here. I am worried, you know, Penumbral Pendulums and Breaths are going to be what this game is all about, and if the Iron Breakers and the Hammers take any of those direct hits, then it may be just enough to lose the game. Over here it comes, Dragon coming in. We're at the angle for a breath attack, no doubt about it. Looks like the Dowie are going to address that by shifting their Longbeards with great weapons to be at a better angle. Just got to remember, the breath attack really needs to come in from this angle to do full damage. If it comes in from this angle, it really won't do too much. Alright, Trollhammer Torpedo. Oh, there it is. Nice breath. Norgrimling's Iron Breakers trying to dodge it, but they still just took over half health damage and lost a whole lot of models. That was just so vicious. Over here, Pete Gateguard too. Both units of elite infantry going down below half health almost immediately in the opening stage of the battle. But Vargulf taking a lot of damage. The only problem is it's probably going to be able to escape, no problem. The vampires will just heal it back up. So, Vampire Lord diving into the back line now. You see the Lamian Dragon Lord on top of the Trollhammer Torpedoes. Everything just being committed into the fight, but in spite of the damage done to them, you can see that the Hammers still hanging on. Longbeards with great weapons hanging on right here for now. Going to be seeing that flash bomb on top of the Lamian Vampire Lord, but will the dwarfs be able to do anything with it? Here he is diving in. Invocation of Nehek going down. Looks like the Rune of Wrath and Ruin going down here on top of the Graveguard with great weapons. Like to see that, doing a touch of damage. But yeah, it looks like the vampires are in a pretty strong spot here, as far as I'm concerned. You can see that Thoric, Ironbrow going after the Necromancer, but, you know, Necromancer I don't think is a win condition for this vampire army, whereas the Trollhammer Torpedoes are a win condition for the dwarfs, and they already have one getting routed off the map at the moment. Over here, Slayer's in combat with a Vargulf and some zombie summons, or skeleton warrior summons. If they can, looks like the summon's about to time out, so if they can stay on top of the Vargulf, then they should be able to get some good work done, but that's a big if. You have a lot of vampire infantry nearby that's probably going to come in here any moment and just start overwhelming the Slayers, but the balance of power is still fairly even. It is going to the vampire army slowly but surely, but at the moment, the Dowie's still in this. See the Hammers and the Norgrimling Ironbreakers still hanging in there. Warforged with great weapons diving into combat too. Over here, Pete Gateguard, even after that devastating Penumbral Pendulum, they're coming back into the fight, charging after the Lamian Vampire Lord now. Ironbreakers looking like they're ready to throw down a volley into the Vargulf. And the vampire's starting to run out of infantry here. Thoric Ironbrow still full health. But the Vargulfs have plenty of healing to go, and Lamian Vampire Lord, at least unless I missed one, still has 2 Dragon Breaths left. Alright, looks like the Vargulfs are coming out to play, going after Thoric and the Pete Gateguard. Zombie Summon coming in here to support them. Slayers are nearby though, and here comes the Lamian Vampire Lord. Where's that breath going to go? Oh. Oh, no breath, just going right after the Master Engineer. A nice decision. You know, get rid of that flash bomb, get rid of that pesky, you know, armor-piercing missile attack. Over here, though, we're going to be seeing the Rune of Slowness on top of this Vargulf. Slayer's chasing it down now. It is down to, what, a 45 speed, which still is fairly fast for the Slayers to keep up with, but getting good damage. It is still crumbling, and every little moment counts. Right now, these Slayers still eliminating the Necromancer. The Vargulf looking like it may have come in there for a charge, but changing its mind. And right now, Rune of Doom going down. 24 melee attack, map wide. All of the dwarf forces are causing fear. So basically like Imric's Dragonhorn. And you can see that the Dawi are slowly but surely chewing through the rest of the Vampire Infantry. But there goes that second Dragon Breath, hitting the Norgrimlian Ironbreakers, decimating them. But it still looks like they're going to beat the Graveguard because they're just that cool. Looks like Vampire Lord looking for an opportunity to dive in, do some cycle charging here, going after the Dwarf Warriors. The Great Weapon's a good target. They will probably tear her out. Oh, never mind. They're immune to Psychology as long as Thoric is nearby. Alright. Over here, Rune of Wrath and Ruin going down on top of the Graveguard with great weapons, doing some decent damage, getting them to start, what is that? Getting them to critical binding. Over here, Slayers, they still have Slayers on the field. The Dwarfs are slowly but surely pulling this in their favor, and the Vampires, without any infantry to support them in just a moment here, may be in a bad spot. Slayers still around the fight. Still have the Norgrimlian Ironbreakers as well as the Pete Gateguard. Ironbreakers getting some more ammunition so he can start throwing blasting charges again. And Smoke Bomb thrown down on top of the Lamian Vampire Lord. Lightning Reflex is going down to help counter it. But the Slayers are on their way, and it does look like we're seeing some decent damage down there on top of the Lamian Vampire Lord. But Master Engineer is now getting smashed to a pulp by Vargulfs. We do have a zombie summon on the field, and suddenly this is going back towards the vampire counts once again. Oh, there goes a nice volley from the Ironbreakers. Here comes a charge from the Lamian Vampire Lord, though. Right down the line of Ironbreakers. Slayers over here trying to eliminate the remaining Fell Bats. And yeah, this is looking like it was close. The Dwarves were bringing it their way for a minute, but then Vampires look like they're pulling it back into their corner here as we approach the late game. There goes Rune of Doom, increasing that melee attack of all the dwarves nearby, letting them cause fear. Pete Gateguard in combat. Norgrimlian's Ironbreakers coming into combat. Dwarves trying their best, but Vampires now just retreating from combat, letting their summon do the attacking, and then setting in their last tattered unit of zombies. That's how you got to do it at this stage. Just pick the dwarfs off little by little as much as you can, and yeah, don't engage with your single entities until they've regened as much as possible, healed as much as possible, and then should be able to take a safe victory from there. And does the Lord have the hunger? No, she does not. Here comes the breath, or maybe Seduction getting popped down here, and another summon, perhaps, or no, another breath. Alright, there goes the summon. Everything diving into combat. The Hammer is beginning to waver. Slayer's obviously going to stay here to the bitter end. Norgrim's Ironbreakers holding firm for now. Thorek Ironbrow. Rune of Slowness is down on top of this Vargulf. I mean, Thorek is still putting out some good damage. The dwarfs are hanging by a thread. But, yeah, just... I mean, at this point, I guess the Vargulfs can pull out since they have the Fellbats in combat over here. Looks like they're all going after Thorek right now. Slayer is sitting over here on the side, now getting the order to dive into combat. We will see if that is enough to do anything. I think that's all she wrote. It does look like we're going to be seeing Svertrazum fight his way to an ace match and a tiebreaker. As Energized Dwarves just look like they're not going to hang in long enough. Oh, look at that. Rune of Doom again? Man, that Rune of Doom coming in some clutch moments. There's one Slayer here. There's 3 Slayers here. And Thorek Ironbrow all by his lonesome just being a G. Is this the route? There it is. GG, well played. We're going to the tiebreaker, ladies and gentlemen. Way to go, dwarfs. I always like Slayers fighting to the last. Yeah, almost 4,000 value on the Lamian Vampire Lord. Graveguard, really not doing too much, honestly. It was just, yeah, it was the Lamian Vampire Lord and the Vargulfs. Just doing all the work there. 2,400 on top of Thorek. Decent value on the Master Engineer. Peak 8 Guard. Doing some good damage. Same with Norgrim's Ironbreakers. Slayer's doing very well. That's why I like usually one more Slayer at least in this matchup. But overall, very good game to both players, and excited that this is going to a tiebreaker, our first tiebreaker of the day. And we will see what happens in just a moment. So... let me see, how did I do it here? Should have fixed that before the tournament because mine still says pick 2. One Slayer and Longbeard instead of that. Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to think what I would have done differently there. I like Norgrimling Tiebreakers, but I don't like them against vampire counts too much. Another good fight. And now we go to the ace match. I like you. Wood Elves, Lizardmen, Tomb Kings. Probably going to see Wood Elves. Yeah, I would pick Wood Elves over Lizardmen and the Tomb Kings. I think Tomb Kings have a pretty good matchup against Lizardmen. Never mind. Let me know what you guys think of the chat, though. What is a better matchup, Wood Elves versus Tomb Kings or Lizardmen versus Tomb Kings? Is it better? Who's better against Tomb Kings, Wood Elves or Lizardmen? That's the question. Stout Keg. And I guess if you apply it to Tomb Kings, it'd be like, which faction would you rather face? So yeah, or would you rather not face? Anyway, yeah. Wood Elves or Lizardmen, who has a better matchup against the Tomb Kings? I think it's the Wood Elves. Dowie. They do have a better matchup. Oh, I guess that is a good question. It's Carrick on Gorso, a good sized map. Skinks with blasting charges do hurt a lot. That's fair. Saurus Spears or Saurus Warriors? I could see Saurus Spears being good against Tomb King, since you can expect to be fighting either a good amount of cav or some monsters here and there. Warriors, okay. Hand of the Gods can snipe most Lord choices, if you're not mistaken. Yeah, but it can also do murderous friendly fire, as we saw in the playoffs 2 weeks ago, when saw Hand of the Gods just completely murder a friendly Manticore. Krokgar was shooting it after Volkmar the Grim, I think is the Lord, and the Manticore just happened to charge in for an animation after Volkmar right when he cast it, and the Hand of the Gods just like complete direct hit on that Manticore, and just dead. Dead as a doorknob.
Oxyotl, yeah, it's true. Energized has signaled that he is ready to go. Alright, 1 second, I'll be right back. Biggie Smalls! My boy. How have you been, man? How come it's been so many years since I've seen you? Good to see you, my man. Hope you're doing well. Oh, my boy, that's right. You're my papa. Papa! Papa Biggie Smalls. Alrighty. Lizardman should be ready any minute now. We got Energized all ready to go. Svertrazum. I'll give him 30 seconds before I throw in like a 1 minute warning. But Father, it's been so long. I thought you had forsaken me. Why have you forsaken me in my... Okay, I won't do that to Distant Web Downs. Forgive me, Search Tanking, if you're listening. It has. Trying to get back into a regular schedule again. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Loading into it now. Svertrazum versus Energized, the tie-break match. I'll see you on the battlefield. So here it is, Lizardmen versus Tomb Kings. Who will go to the final from here? We shall see within the next 40 minutes. That's the battle time limit, just so you know. Alrighty. A regular schedule of not streaming at all. No worries, man. Been on Tarkov binge and off the Total War Warhammer for a while now. Totally fair, man. I need to stream other games at some point. But yeah. Let's do this. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we are in the ace match, which means we're back to our blue player. Turn off my space feeder. And right here we have 4 skink skirmishers. Oh, just kidding. 2 chameleon skinks and 2 skink skirmishers. We do have the Colossadon hunters ROR Ripperdactyl riders. We have ourselves some Cold One riders with spears. We got Skink Cohort, 3 of them. The Legion of Shakwa. Also going to be taking a look here at the Umbral Tide Regiment of Renowned Salamander Hunting Pack. We got 2 Bastillodons with solar engines as well. So some pretty serious firepower in this Lizardman army. On the ground we will see a Skink Chief, along with a Skink Priest of Beast with the Feral Manticore summon and Flock of Doom. And then we have Oxyotl. He is going to be on the ground here with the Master Predator. So that rounds out the Lizardman army, and now it's time to take a look at the Tomb Kings. Did I miss anything? No, they're just redeploying. Okay, so for the Tomb Kings, we have Skeleton Warriors. Looks like 4 of them. In the center, we do have the Kepra Guard, ROR Tomb Guard. They have the dual weapons, bonus versus infantry, and magical attacks, and that regeneration. We're also going to be seeing 2 Tomb Guard with halberds and 3 Skeleton Spearmen. 2 Ushabti with Greatbow will be on the field, as well as the Eyes of the Desert Sepulchral Stalkers. Now, we will have a casket of souls for the artillery here from the Tomb Kings as they launch souls at the Lizard forces. And then now we have a army that is led by Archon the Black. He's going to be on foot. He's going to have the Tomb Blade of Archon. Damn you, Archon, where'd you go? Oh, we also have some carrying up in the air. Don't want to forget about them. We have Archon the Black here. He's going to have the Tomb Blade of Archon, the Staff of Nagash, Liber Mortis, as well as Spirit Leech. My will be done. Yeah, Hipposcotamus, it is a very high micro Lizardman army, no doubt about it. Casket of Souls firing away. Not getting the best connection there. Killing off a single Saurus warrior model. Ushabti Great Bows are going to be opening fire on top of the Skink Skirmishers by the looks of it. Alright, it does look like the carrion are coming out here, trying to do some scouting. They will see Oxyotl on the ground right there. But in come the blow darts from all of the ground skirmishers here, the Skink Skirmishers, the Chameleon Skinks. But every bit of ammunition that shot at these guys is ammunition not shot at more important units, so I guess it could be okay for the Tomb Kings, but they definitely want to pull back right now. No point in losing this entire unit so early in the fight. Over here, it does look like we're going to be seeing the Skeleton Warriors push out while the Kepra Guard kind of reform. We'll see which direction they end up going. Over here, the Casket of Souls is starting to do a lot of damage over time, getting these down to about half health. Athelstan, thank you for the follow, and I dig the name, my man. Athelstan. Anyways, over here, going to be seeing the Kepra Guard come out for a charge. After those Chameleon Skinks are going to be running away, though they should be just fine in the long run. Right now, all of the Skink skirmishing firepower is pretty much going into Skeleton Warriors. So, Tomb Kings doing a pretty good job screening out these these Lizardman forces. Over here, though, we are going to see the Umbral Tide come over, get a nice volley into the Ushabti the Great Bows. But now the Vultures are on top of them, the Carrion chasing these Umbral Tide down, keeping them revealed. And the Ushabti the Great Bows are going to start trying to open fire into them. But Solar Engine's doing a lot of damage right now. And Tomb King's starting to lose this Ushabti Great Bow on the right flank. However, a couple of volleys into the Umbral Tide has already caused a ton of damage. And yeah, as you can see, this is quite a close fight. Both players just trading blow for blow. A lot of damage coming from the missile forces on both sides. Ripper Dactyl Riders just dove into combat on top of the Ushabti Great Bows. Colossadon Hunters just getting decimated now. Spirit Leech goes on top of them. Sepulchral Stalkers dive in there. Not sure what happened, if it was a misplay, a misclick, or something like that, but either way, Colossadon Hunters are going to be lost, and that's a significant loss for the Lizardmen. Those are expensive units. It's a Regiment of Renown. It's a bonus versus large. It was going to be a key unit in helping deal with this Tomb King army. Sepulchral Stalkers now not going to have to worry about those guys for the rest of the fight, which I'm sure is quite relieving. Over here, do see that the Cold One Spear Riders continuing to get decimated by the Casket of Souls. Casket of Souls just picking its targets and crushing them one by one. Ushabti the Great Bows on the right flank are about to go out of existence. They're crumbling out, whereas the one on the left flank is now starting to get targeted by the Solar Engines. Balance of power significantly in favor of the Tomb Kings at this stage in the battle. Alright, one Solar Engine getting eliminated now. It's routing. I guess it's not completely eliminated. But here comes the Ushabti summon. Oh no, just kidding. That's a Manticore summon. Man, I just keep getting ahead of myself and messing things up here. My apologies, chat. So, Manticore summon coming in, giving the Lizardman a little sliver. You can see the yellow coming back in that balance of power there, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Manticore coming in straight for the Tomb King center. The Ushabti the Great Bows are crumbling out of existence, so we'll give them that. But I don't know. Right here, Manticore summon coming into the Sepulchral Stalkers. Sepulchral Stalkers do have that bonus versus large in combat, so we will see how they do against this Feral Manticore. And you also have the Tomb Guard with Halberds diving into combat now, so that Manticore probably not going to last too long, but Lizardmen are buying themselves some time with it, and they're doing damage to the Eyes of the Desert. Nothing to be scoffed at. Over here, continuing to see the Ushabti the Great Bow just crumble out. Casket of Souls almost out of ammunition. Kepler Guard now getting targeted by the Solar Engine, but it too is pretty much out of ammunition. But this one has regrouped and it's still very high on its ammunition, but low on health, so Tomb King's going to want to eliminate that sooner rather than later, because it's a lot of Solar Engine ammunition to get shot into this Tomb King force. But right now I think the balance of power is just recognizing that the Tomb Kings have 2 full health units of Halberds, as well as the Kepler Guard still on the field. And I don't know. We'll see what happens from here. Alright, Solar Engine going after the Halberds now. Balance of power back in favor of the Lizardmen quite squarely, but Blizzard just kind of sitting over here. Going to let the Solar Engine use the rest of its ammunition and then hope they can win this in a fight, but I'm just not seeing it from here. Skink Chief and Oxyotl still have some ammunition to spend, though, so we'll see where they decide to use it on. Huh. I don't know, I just noticed this, but it's like the Lizardmen just have all these Skink cohort in the back line for super reserves. Alright, Oxyotl going after Archon the Black now. Skink Chief coming in too. Spirit Leech going down on top of the Spirit Leech with the Solar Engine, and it's going to shoot him in the face in an act of revenge. Over here, though, Spirit Leech not doing the most damage. Okay, there it goes, getting some good damage for a minute. Here comes the Liber Mortis, 40% physical resistance for all the Tomb King forces here, but that's not going to help against the Solar Engine or the Umbral Tide. And now the Lizardmen, I totally forgot about the Umbral Tide. Tomb Kings are pushing forward now with their infantry. At this point, we're going to see Chameleon or Skink Skirmishers in the back line too. Looks like the Sepulchral Stalkers are going to push out to engage. And this battle may be going to the Lizardmen. That's very interesting. I'm going to be eating my words once again. Shows what I know. But here comes another Spirit Leech on top of the Solar Engine. Solar Engine probably going to start routing. And look at that. It's going to shatter completely, if not die, as a result of that last Spirit Leech. There it goes. Bastiladon is dead. But the Umbral Tide's still on the field. And we will see if their next volley can eliminate Archon. Then, you know, anything is possible from there. But it's a big if. Over here, looks like they're going for the Sepulchral Stalkers. And the Eyes of the Desert taking a ton of damage from those fireballs. They are down to 5 models, and the balance of power, as you can see, is starting to creep a little bit towards the Lizardmen. Ever so slightly. The Solar Engine still quite healthy, but out of ammunition, as we saw. There goes another Liber Mortis getting popped down on top of the Tomb King forces as they push forward to chase these Lizardmen. Doing a good job as he's pushing forward, just kind of keeping, you know, some units in the back line, keeping his flanks protected like a rear guard action with these Skeleton Spearmen. Over here, Archon the Black is taking some serious damage. Oxyotl is out of ammunition, so that's a nice pickup for them at the moment. Over here, the Kepler Guard getting in combat with the Skink cohort. They're very weak, but I almost feel like they're still going to win this combat against the Skink cohort, to be honest. It's just such a big difference in quality there. Over here, Skink cohort with Javelins unleashing their fury on top of these Skeleton Warriors. The Umbral Tide still in the fight and going to be blowing up those Skeleton Warriors too. So, Tomb Kings pushing out with their Tomb Guard with halberds, trying their best to shut everything down. Going to be seeing a Spirit Leech going down on top of Oxyotl now. Oxyotl getting in combat with a bunch of skeletons, but now getting a defensive assist from the Skink cohort who went diving into combat. Over here, as I mentioned, Kepler Guard super tattered, but they still deep these Skink cohort, and now it looks like some Skeleton Warriors have helped them out too. The Shopti Summon has not been utilized yet. Thank you for that reminder, Viking Total War. So we have to keep that in mind, that the Tomb Kings still have that up their sleeve. So we will see what happens from here. Umbral Tide getting rampaged, and they are going to be going into combat, but a nice cold blood coming in there from Oxyotl is going to send them right back out of combat so they don't get killed by these halberds. Archon the Black continuing to get sniped by everything. Oh my goodness gracious. Umbral Tide just going down there. Flock of Doom going down from the Lizardmen forces. Hitting everything in here. Liber Mortis going down once again. Staff of Nagash is popped. This is quite the fight. Tomb Kings have a significant edge in the balance of power now, though. And it looks like the Umbral Tide may be getting a bit out of range to be shooting Archon anymore. But, oh, Skink Chief just going after Archon like it's his job, and I think it is his job, technically speaking. Over here, though, Oxyotl stuck in the middle of a bunch of unfriendly units, and the Kepler Guard coming in to finish him off. Archon the Black, though, getting to critical binding, 348 HP. Does he have one more Spirit Leech? Or nah, he's probably just going to die right here. There goes the Ushapti summon, though. The Ushapti summon really swinging this balance of power. Very much in favor of the Tomb King forces. Archon the Black, though, looks like he's going to be going down for the count. And a whole lot of firepower still getting poured into this blob of Tomb King forces. Oxyotl, routing, perhaps going to die over here. Ushapti summon coming after the Bastillodon with the Solar Engine now. Their armor-piercing attacks doing a lot of work. Spirit Leech going down on top of the Bastillodon. Archon going down, but not before he makes his presence known with a final Spirit Leech. He's like, I'll be back, yo, don't worry. This is kind of my thing. I die and I come back to life. And that's going to be a GG. A very, very close battle. Sveritrazum fighting his heart out there with a very interesting Lizardman build, and as I mentioned, a very high micro Lizardman build. I think he executed pretty well in some areas, but just wasn't able to get the damage done that he needed. And I think this, whatever happened that I missed with the Ripperdactyl Riders, was a huge loss for this Lizardman army. Archon the Black doing what he does best, just drag units down and buff up his own units with that physical resistance. Ushapti with Great Bows doing some good work. Casket of Souls, I almost want to give the MVP there because of how much work it did. But let's update that scoreboard. It was 2-1 victory for Energized. Huge shout out to Sveritrazum, though. Great player. Well played. Awesome sauce. But let's go get to the other semifinal between Ice Power and Ice Power and Heisey. Ooh. This one should be good. Is their lobby not up yet? I'm going to be very perturbed if they are not. Oh, Ice Power's game crashed. That's why it went down. Hey, All Mustard. Aw, Mustard. Good to see ya. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, getting into the second semifinal, and then we're going into the final from there. Now, this is Ice Power versus Heisey. This should be a really good game. And, you know, it's funny, both of these players are the players who won 2 tournaments this season. So for the 8.2 season, Ice Power and Heisey both won 2 tournaments. Yeah, Ripperdactyl's in reserve instead of the Skinks. It could have been a totally different game. Oh, cool. They let me know. Empire versus Wood Elves. Let's see. There it is. All right, XMT Ice Power. Yeah, the Greenskins were, in my opinion, wasting their ammunition throughout that fight. They needed to work around the flanks more, shoot halberds or something, because, yeah, Skeleton Warriors isn't a good trade. You're using the ammunition of a 600 gold unit to shoot at a 300 gold unit. I don't think that's ever going to be a good trade. Energized is just so good with Lizardman, it's hard to beat him with Lizardman, huh? Yeah. He's a very, very skilled Lizardman player, so yeah, I think he kind of had a good idea how to counter build against a Lizardman army with his Tomb Kings there. Alright, just waiting for Heisey. Should also throw up that army blocker too. Heisey! Heisey! Oh, Heisey! Oh, he's logging his VPN. Okay, never mind. He's responsive. He should be here in a second. Which means I should use this opportunity to go pee, because I'm definitely staying hydrated for the stream, which means I need to pee a lot. Alright, 60 viewers on Twitch and 9 viewers on YouTube. Wow, I shit you not, that's literally what it says on my stream right now. 69, I'm so mature. Can you believe I'm a father? Anywho, yeah, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go take a quick leak, and I'll see you on the battlefield in just a moment. It's room temperature water, actually, scattered to the winds. I don't drink cold water unless I'm having it with food or dinner. Room temperature water hydrates better. Because your body doesn't need to waste energy warming it up. I'm not sure if that's the exact reason. I just know. And the Army, they always said don't drink cold water to hydrate. Drink room temperature water. So, kind of grown accustomed to it, and I like room temperature water more than cold water. Hi, you see! Hey, hey! Good luck. Have fun. But to answer your question, scattered to the winds, yes, it's that mason jar full of iced or of water and this iced coffee. I'm super civilized. I always eat with the correct utensil. Got my salad forks, dinner spoon, and my dessert spoon, if there's even such thing as a dessert spoon. All right, here we go, guys. Getting ready right now. Let's throw up that intro card, and I'll see you on the battlefield. And here we go. Loading into the map. Now we have XMT Ice Power with the Empire taking on Heisey and the Wood Elves. This is round 1 of their best of 3. Time to see who takes a quick 1-0 lead and who will be left fighting to stay alive in round 2. So, going to our blue player, who is up first, we are going to have the Empire. Now, going to be seeing 2 swordsmen up front, including the Sigmar Sons. We then have some spearmen with shields. Looks like 3 of them up front and 2 in the back line, but the 2 in the back line will be unshielded variants, so he saves 50 gold per unit in the back there. Going to be looking at 2 huntsmen, as well as the silver bullets, ROR handguns. And then we have... oh my goodness, excuse me. And then for the cavalry support, we are going to be seeing some fairly elite cav mixed with their mid-tier, low-tier cav. We got the Knights of the Blazing Sun. Got 2 of them on the left flank. And then we're going to have Empire Knights. Looks like we have 1 on the right flank so far. And I thought I saw another. Indeed we do. We have a 3rd over here on the left flank. So strong left flank from this Empire army. You can also see that Volkmar the Grim is situated on that flank as well. He does have Grand Soulfire, Grand Shield of Faith, and Banishment. We're also going to have a Death Wizard, an Amethyst Wizard, to be more correct. Going to be bringing Spirit Leech and Aspect of the Dread Knight. So, other than that, we will be bringing a Bright Wizard. This Bright Wizard will have Burning Head and Fireball. And that's going to round out this Empire army. So, time to see what happens. It looks like he did redeploy some of the Empire Knights and Cav. So, it looks like Empire Knights on the far wings and the Knights of the Blazing Sun kind of holding down the rear of that Empire army. Now, looks like both players wishing each other good luck, have fun. And we'll be getting into it in just a moment here. So, let's cover the Wood Elf army brought by Heisey. Now, front line will be 4 Dryads. They'll have to watch out for those Knights of the Blazing Sun, no doubt. Eternal Guard going to be on the wings. Looks like we have 2 on the left flank, 1 on the right flank. We're then going to be seeing some Glade Riders with spears on the far flanks, Wild Riders in the rear on the flanks, and then we're going to be seeing Starfire Shafts, I think. Yeah, Glade Guard. Looks like 3 with Starfire Shafts and 2 regular old Glade Guard. Now up front we do have a Glade Lord on top of a Great Stag, and going to nicely dodge that fireball on that Great Stag. Good speed at 90. Glade Lord will have Prey of Anathrema and Arrow of Kurnos, and is currently sniping down at that Amethyst Wizard as we speak. Also going to have a Branch Wraith with Penumbral Pendulum and Earthblood, and I do believe that rounds out the Wood Elf army. So let's take a high-level view of the battlefield and see what's happening in the early stages here. We're just hitting the 1-minute mark now. Looks like the Amethyst Wizard taking some significant damage, and the Wood Elves going to be getting a Spirit Leech on top of their Wild Riders too, in an act of revenge before that Amethyst Wizard bites the dust. Starfire Shaft starting to fire at Volkmar the Grim. Prey of Anathema is popped down on top of him, giving him minus 20% missile resistance. Pinning him in place. Grand Shield of Faith going down 20% damage resistance, so just resisting any type of inbound damage. And Prey of Anathema is going to wear off. Volkmar the Grim going to turn around and start running out of range. There goes a banishment. It hit on top of these Starfire Shafts. Oh wow, it's actually connecting with him really well, bringing him down to about half health so far. And yeah, then it's going to veer off into no man's land, but definitely not a bad banishment. All right, Knights of the Blazing Sun, Empire Knights, they're all coming forward. We're seeing spearmen and swordsmen in combat with the Dryads. Knights of the Blazing Sun coming into the front line for a charge on top of these knights. A burning headed coming down in the back line, which is actually pushing the archers around so they have to dodge it and they're not firing as a result. And Empire starting to come to grips over here. Wild Riders charging Empire Knights. Looks like they're doing okay for themselves. So Earthblood going down on top of them. The Empire Knights still retreating. You see Spears and Knights of the Blazing Sun coming in for a beautiful counter charge onto those Wild Riders. And now the Wild Riders are probably toast, getting that unopposed charge on top of them. And the Empire Knights have now turned around to come back and smash them for good. Wild Riders just pursuing a bit too long there. Empire punishing them in their own backlines as the spears block the Dryads from coming into support. Over here, more Knights of the Blazing Sun coming in. This time they're sandwiching the Glade Riders with spears, and boom, Wood Elves Glade Riders just getting smashed here. Meanwhile, in the frontline engagements, you do see Volkmar just helping the infantry from the Empire just push through here, causing the terror. He's into some of the archers. You have the Sigmar Sons and the Bright Wizard over here chasing archers. And right now, the Wood Elves look like they're on their heels. They need to get something moving fast. Otherwise, I think they're out of this. Knights of the Blazing Sun, Empire Knights now coming to eliminate the Glade Riders on their right flank. Silver Bullets do get a ton of damage down on top of them, though it does look like the Wood Elves got into the back line there for a moment and were able to do some good damage. Knights of the Blazing Sun are going to be hitting the Unbraced Eternal Guard now. And now they're going right through them even. Volkmar the Grim coming back to play some support for the Empire Cavalry. Over here, Wood Elves going to be eliminating the other caster from the Empire Army. So I think the Deathcaster's already gone. Yeah. No, Deathcaster's actually still alive. I lied. The Amethyst Wizard's still over here. Bright Wizard getting routed by the Glade Lord, though. Alright, Empire starting to regroup, reform their lines, and make a final push towards the Wood Elves. Over here, it looks like Empire Knights turning around to run, but getting shot in the back and a rear charge by Wild Riders as a result. And that's going to be a nice win for the Wood Elves right there. Over here, Knights of the Blazing Sun coming in, though. Spirit Leech hitting the Wild Riders. And once again, the Wild Riders just chasing a bit too long, and they're going to be paying the ultimate price as a result. Glade Guard pushing forward, going to get charge right to the center of them, just knocking them on their ass. And yeah, now the Wood Elves archers are compromised. Just don't see this going their way. Glade Lord's still very healthy. Branch Wraith's still healthy, but, you know, they're running out of tools here. They still have some archers in the back line that they're trying to get some use out of, but the Huntsmen are now up in range, firing away at them, causing some good damage. Alright, Deathcaster getting removed. The Amethyst Wizard is routing, and I imagine going to shatter pretty quickly. Glade Lord pushing out, going after the Huntsman, but this is a very risky move. Very risky indeed. The Huntsman just need to turn around, get a direct volley off into the Glade Lord, and they'll be in a pretty good spot. Right now, it looks like they're shooting at the Wild Riders instead of the Glade Lord, though. An interesting decision. Wood Elves trying to regroup up here on the high ground, shooting at these Knights of the Blazing Sun who are coming in to hunt down the Glade Guard. Or sorry, the Glade Guard. Huntsman firing into the Glade Lord. Prey of Anathrema going down on top of these Knights of the Blazing Sun. That's going to buy these archers some nice time to get a few more volleys off. Knights of the Blazing Sun just not caring about the Prey of Anathrema, though, apparently, as they continue just running around with their nets cast across them like cloaks. And Glade Lord now coming in, trying to make a difference here. Armor piercing, magic damage, may be able to do some help here, but Earthblood going down on top of the pocket of Wood Elves here. Knights of the Blazing Sun, though, just not letting up, and the Wood Elves just not dishing out enough damage to shut them down right now, and it looks like army losses should be kicking in here in just a moment. Icy going to concede defeat. Ice Power will take round 1. Yeah, Prey is bugged. So as we can see here, Volkmar doing okay for himself. Really just this Empire army worked very well. It was all about the cav play, though. I think the cavalry here was what really dominated on the Empire side. They were able to shut down the Wild Riders pretty good, really shut down the Glade Riders, and then from there, you know, they have the mobility advantage, and they just were able to, you know, charge their way to victory with the cavalry just decimating all of the Dryads as well as the Glade Guard in the long run. So just a very good game to our Empire player here, Heisey. Going to be fighting to stay alive in round 2 of this best of 3. Only been that way for months. Well, yeah, I don't use it much. Also, we don't see Prey of Anathrema much. I think that's one of the first times I've seen it in the last couple weeks, because we see Sisters of Twilight so much lately, or Draika. Yeah, no build the Volkmar from the beginning. Yeah, I think he was relying on Prey of Anathrema to pin him down and shoot him to death, but Volkmar's just, yeah, he's a tough lord to snipe. Super slippery. He's got that regen. He's unbreakable. Yeah. Ice Power definitely looking strong today. I mean, he's just a very strong player in general. So we'll see how he does here. I mean, he's got the 1-0 advantage. I think it's his pick. Oh, actually, we don't know whose pick it is. I can't recall. Let's see. So, Energized making it to the final there, defeating Zero and Svertrasm. Now we're watching between Heisey and Ice Power here. So, Ice Power up 1-0, and the winner will go face Energized in the final. So I do believe it is Heisey's pick now. Yeah. No, it's Ice Power's pick. Heisey at first pick. Hey, Killer Inu, good to see you, Caradoc. What's up, mate? Harder than Volk with such archer focus. Yeah. Prague, Dark Elves, and Beastmen. Ooh, Heisey picking Empire. So we're going to have Dark Elves or Beastmen versus Empire, and I'm thinking it's going to be Beastmen. Sorry for all the cut-ins and outs of audio, but it's just me updating scoreboards and stuff. Looks like Ice Power may be thinking Dark Elves. Oh yeah, I forgot Dark Elves is like Ice Power's main faction. It's interesting, yeah, because I think Dark Elves and Beastmen are both considered tough matchups for Empire. But I'm a big advocate for playing the factions you feel comfortable with, so Empire's one of those factions that, even in spite of their bad matchups, I still think they can beat any faction, because I honestly think they're the best all-around faction in the game. Empire can have a hard time against Dwarfs, but Dwarves and Dark Elves, I think, are their two worst matchups, and even both of those are nowhere near unwinnable. Dowie. Hey, Pocknock. Ow. Excuse me. Oh, hell yeah. History Buffs just released an episode on Last of the Mohicans. I love History Buffs. If you guys haven't watched History Buffs on YouTube, I highly recommend it. It's a movie review channel where he reviews historical movies. Good, well-produced videos. Alright, here we go. Loading into Prague. Let's get that intro card up. I'll see you all on the battlefield in just a moment. So here it is, Ice Power with the Dark Elves taking on Heisey and the Empire. This is round 2 and match point for Ice Power. So Heisey's got to win this to take it to a tiebreaker, otherwise he will be sent packing, and Ice Power will go to the finals to face off against Energized. So, taking a look at the Empire army as it is round 2, starting with the infantry. So we're going to have some spearmen with shields. Looks like 3 of them that I can see so far. We have 2 swords, make that 3 swords. We're going to have a whole lot of cavalry here. We have outriders and pistoliers. Looks like 2 pistoliers and 3 outriders. We're then going to have 4 Empire Knights, one of them which got deployed right there very quickly. Amethyst Wizard on top of a horse will be bringing Spirit Leech. And then we do see the Hammer of the Witch's Great Cannon in the back lines here. ready to blow up some Dark Elves with their magical armor-piercing ammunition. Up in the air, we see Boris Todbringer looking gorgeous on top of his Griffin. He's got Foe Seeker, Midland Runefang, Blood Roar, and that's going to be it. Interesting army from the Empire here. We will see how it does against this Dark Elf army, which does have Marathi and 2 Manticores in the air. So those Pistoliers and Outriders are going to have their work cut out for him, supporting Boris while he's up there by his lonesome. Bleak Swords will make up the front line of the Dark Elf army. They will be backed up by a second line of Dread Spears. Behind these infantry forces, we will see Cold One Knights on the right flank and one in the center hidden in the trees. We then have Dark Riders with shields, 3 of them deployed throughout the rear as well. On that left flank, for the skirmish potential and some anti-infantry power with the melee charges, we see 2 Scourge Runner Chariots. The aforementioned Manticores are up here on the right flank with Marathi on top of her Dark Pegasus. She will be bringing the Wand of Caridon, Soul Stealer, Enchanting Beauty and Heartrender, and the Dark Sword. Don't forget that Greater Arcane Conduit, because aside from being a monster in melee, she's also a badass spellcaster. Now, Ice Power, very well known for his Dark Elf play. It is his main faction after all. So we will see how this breaks down, but I'm sure he's feeling fairly comfortable in this matchup. Empire Knights coming out for a cycle charge. Looks like they're going right after these Bleak Swords. Bleak Swords are not going to be braced. Going to take a ton of damage on that charge. Beautifully done. Like to see them pull out now. Looks like they're going to do so. Dark Riders are pushing forward to intercept, along with Marathi and the Manticores. So Empire Knights may have hung out there just a tad too long, but it looks like they'll be okay for now. Over here, Empire Knights now charging into these Dread Spears. Marathi and the Manticores going after them for a punishment as well. Over here, they're going to be pulling out. Looks like just in the nick of time. Empire forces so far doing good jobs on their initial engagements. Empire Knights continuing to find the unprotected, unbraced infantry and just smash them to pieces. And they've taken some damage in return, but so far I think the trades are still in their favor. Right now, Outriders shooting at Marathi. Marathi going down for a dive, possibly to dodge the missiles. In comes a Soul Stealer on top of Boris. Boris is going to be running away from his forces, but it's still going to catch an Empire Knight, the Amethyst Wizard, and Boris in it. He's going to turn around, get in combat with some Bleak Swords. Marathi and the Manticores kind of committed to a ground engagement there for a second, so they're not nearby to punish him. And Boris still, he needs a turnaround. He's getting out of position. This is it. Marathi seeing the opportunity. Ice Power going in for a charge, but Foe Seeker popped, and look at that. Boris going to be able to escape. Very nice play from the Empire there, but the Dark Elf forces recognizing the opportunity, but just not able to execute on it. Boris is running away now. Amethyst Wizard is on the ground trying to run. Only 78 speed on the Amethyst Wizard, though, so got to be very careful. Those Manticores must be finding him to be a juicy target. Cold One Knight smashing through the right flank now, though, and it does look like the Empire is starting to have some trouble. Their cavalry starting to get dragged down here. On the right flank, though, it looks like the Empire Knights are still doing okay. You can see these ones coming around for a rear charge, which was countercharged by the Dread Spears there, but looks like it should be a good engagement for the Empire Knights. Oh no, did they even charge into these spears, or were they just getting a movement order through them? I can't tell. Alright, Empire Knights over here coming in for the charge. Probably not going to last very long here against Cold One Knights, the Manticores, and Marathi. But really, all the Empire Knights are doing at this point is buying time for the Outriders to pour in fire. And they are doing some good damage now to the Cold One Knights. Marathi and the Manticores are just so healthy at this point that it doesn't seem like it's going to make much of a difference. Terror kicking in on the Empire Knights. And now the Empire's really not looking good on its cavalry front. Over here, I think I did make a mistake when I said they were getting that charge off. It looks like it may have just been an accidental misclick because the Empire Knights got shredded by those Dread Spears. And with that, the balance of power is shifting in favor of the Dark Elves. Dark Elves starting to look stronger and stronger as this battle progresses. Boris over here with other, state troops trying to win these engagements on the peripheries. because he doesn't seem to be having the best time right now in the rest of the engagements across the field. Over here, Hammer of the Witches getting attacked by the Manticore now. Manticore getting shot in the back by Outriders. Empire Knights coming in to get a charge in as well. Over here, Boris Todbringer coming in for a charge after that Manticore. He's going to get a good charge on it. It's isolated, it's unsupported, it's rampaging. He's going to get it to rout. The other Manticore, however, going right after the Amethyst Wizard. Empire Knights are nearby. They look like they're going to come in to try to play some defense, countercharging the Cold One Knights here. Cold One Knights going to rampage. Empire Knights saving the Amethyst Wizard, no doubt about it. But how long will they be able to hang on? Outriders continuing to fire away, shooting down these Cold One Knights. Balance of power still not completely out of favor here for the Empire. They still have a sliver of it on there. But Hammer of the Witches losing leadership. It may go down. That will be a big hit on the balance of power, no doubt about it. All right, Feral Manticore routed off the map. Boris going after this Manticore, but Marathi is right behind him. A big hit, though. Nicely done. Spirit Leech going down on top of the Manticore. Wand of Caridon going down. Another huge hit from Boris. And suddenly Boris looks like he may be able to even the odds up in the air if he can... a miss from the Doom Bolt there. Looks like Boris is going to be running away, letting these Outriders get some more volleys into the Feral Manticore, and that might be enough to rout it. Feral Manticore rampaging, and probably, yeah, going to be routing from here. Boris turning around for another charge. Boom, huge smackdown. Boris suddenly not completely helpless in the air now, because one-on-one against Marathi, I don't know. He might be okay, especially if he has Outriders supporting him. But the rest of the Empire army is pretty much in tatters. Deathcaster still on the field, though, with that Spirit Leech. And if we get another Spirit Leech maybe on top of Marathi, could be some vicious things. Over here, what is Boris doing, though? Diving into combat. He's hitting the Scourge Runner Chariots, but Cold One Knights are coming after him. Will they be able to stagger him? He's staying just ahead of him, and it looks like he's going to be able to get up in the air. His Griffin proudly prancing, and boom, just like that, he's up in the air, regenerating. Foe Seeker is on top of him, and he's going to go down into these Bleak Swords now and potentially get a terror route, but Spirit Leech coming down from Marathi. He's not going to get out of range of the... Oh, he did get out of range of the Spearman. That was actually very, very nice. It does scale damage with how many units are in the AOV, or the AOE, not AOV. And over here, Empire still fighting to stay alive. Amethyst Wizard coming over here, probably with a Spirit Leech for Marathi. Cold One Knights charging after Boris. Bleak Swords are going to rout. Dread Spears coming in now, though. Terror kicking in on top of the Cold One Knights. Spearmen now in combat with the Dread Spears, but it looks like they were chasing the Cold One Knights. And now Boris is going to come in trying to support this force. Over here, Outriders going after the Cold One Knights. Doombolt coming after them. They're going to be going in for a charge, but then think twice, turn around. Doombolt going to come down, going to be a miss. Over here, Doocy. Oh no, one of the Manticores came back! Boris routing the Cold One Knights, shattering them. Feral Manticore probably going to go down. There's the rout, but he needs to get up in the air. There he is, running away from Marathi. Outriders firing at Marathi. Trying to poke her down as much as possible. Doing some good damage. Amethyst Wizard over here just waiting for the magic to do another Spirit Leech. I have to imagine. Ooh, Marathi and Carl going into combat. Marathi taking some damage and going to turn away. Boris coming in for another attack, but he is significantly slower than her. But there goes that Spirit Leech. And Boris coming in. Is he going to be able to get an attack animation off? This could... Wow, this is such a close match now. Boris has been playing like an absolute monster, and Marathi is not having a good time of it. Oh, but Soul Stealer! Boris running away. He's going to get caught in it, though, along with, like, every unit in the Empire roster. That Soul Stealer, absolutely devastating. But Boris going to turn around, charge back in anyways, terror out these Dread Spears, and just try to survive that Soul Stealer, which brought Marathi right back up to being healthy again. That was a very nicely timed, nicely placed Soul Stealer. Can't be mad about it. Over here, Empire, though, starting to be resurgent, starting to pull themselves back into this fight. Boris Todbringer still has a little bit of room to go in that regeneration. Amethyst Wizard is still alive. Whether they have enough magic for another Spirit Leech, it remains to be seen, but it's a pretty low-cost spell. I have to imagine he at least has one more in there. We're at the 10-minute mark, so we will see. But Spirit Leeches on the other, or Soul Stealers on the other hand, possibly that may have been the last one. But gotta remember, Marathi does have Greater Arcane Conduit, so she does have access to quite a lot more Winds of Magic than the average caster. Over here, Outriders being used to continue routing the Dread Spears. Manticore just routed off the map. And now it is just Marathi, a Bleak Sword, a Dread Spear, and some Dark Riders versus Boris, an Amethyst Wizard, and some Tattered State Troops. But can't forget the Outriders too. Right now, it does look like Boris is just going to go for a one-on-one air combat engagement. I think that's actually a good idea. Marathi is tough, but Boris does have higher weapon strength than her. I'm at 450. And, you know, she doesn't have anything on the ground to support her in an air combat engagement one-on-one with Boris. So, you know, if another Spirit Leech comes in here, Marathi will be in a very good spot. All right, Boris hitting the Dark Riders. Marathi. Oh, another Soul Stealer? Are you kidding me? Boom. There is another Soul Stealer available. Marathi in combat here. Terror kicking in on the Dark Riders, though. Marathi is losing slightly. Soul Stealer doing a lot of work here, but Marathi not looking too great. Not looking too great at all. Amethyst Wizard coming into double teamer. Oh my goodness gracious, chat. Balance of power swinging wildly back and forth. Don't know who's going to come out on top here. Terror kicking in on the Dread Spears, though. Boris just needs to stay alive here. He cannot afford to lose, but the Terror is really helping him so much. This Empire army is hanging by a thread, and the Terror routes are absolutely critical right here. Boris getting a big hit on top of Marathi. Balance of power dead even. Dark Riders with shields on top of the Amethyst Wizard. They are wavering, though. Boris starting to take some serious damage from Marathi, and he can't afford to turn around. He's too slow. He can't outrun her. If he turns around, he's opening himself up to rear attacks, and it looks like the Amethyst Wizard is running in, desperately trying to swing this battle in favor of Boris, and will he be able to do it? It is now 2v1 on top of Marathi. Marathi getting another big hit on top of Boris, though. Boris... No, Marathi, you dirty girl. Oh my god! Terror Route kicking in on Marathi. Foe Seeker popped on top of Boris Todbringer. Terror Routes kicking in on the Dark Elf Infantry. And just like that, it's a game! Shit! What a crazy battle. Icy fighting to stay in it. We're going to a tiebreaker. He beat the Dark Elves, the strongest faction of Ice Power, arguably. Marathi doing some good things there. But Boris, look at that fucking toddy. That was... wow. Even with the Soul Stealers, man. That was such a good fight between these two players. Holy hell. That was awesome sauce. Really glad to see a fight like that. Such, yeah, I mean, great value on the Cold One Knights. Manticores, one of them getting shut down pretty hard. But Boris, 3,000 value. He's just being an absolute G there. And, yeah, the Outrider play just on point. Even got some good damage to the Hammer of the Witches. Empire Knights, like I say, are there more to buy time. The killing power was the Skirmishing, the Cannon, and Boris and the Spirit Leech. So, holy hell. Fucking hell, mate. Yeah, Terror Routes won the last fight there. That was the big edge that Boris had, is he could cause terror on top of the Dark Elf units, and Marathi couldn't. And Marathi isn't immune to psychology. Taurus brought just one less Todd with him. Gamecock lock. Nice. Yeah, that was such a good game. Bit ridiculous that Marathi can even have an even fight with the Griffin Lord. I don't mind that, Caradoc. She's a legendary lord. She's a badass dark elf. She's Malekith's mom. You know, I'm fine with that. But as you saw, she doesn't win 1v1 against a Griffin. She will lose that. What lets her win it is her debuffs in the AoE, Heartrender and the Dark Sword and Enchanting Beauty, and then Soul Stealer. Those pocket Soul Stealers that heal her up and damage their opponents. So one-on-one against Boris, I think she loses pretty handedly, but it's her AoE debuffs and so other things. But the nice thing with Boris too, we didn't see his AoE debuffs there, is like he does have like the White Cloak of Ulrich and Crush the Weak, which are pretty significant AoE debuffs too. So he kind of is like a good counter pick against Marathi in the sense he has regeneration, causes terror, good weapon strength and stuff, and he also has debuffs of his own to counter Marathi's debuffs. So I don't know. She will lose. Why she? Yeah, she has to have units with her. She's squishy. She's definitely squishy if you just send her out by herself. But with Manticores, with Cold Knights, yeah, she's a boss. And she did have the charge on that last engagement. Lots of fancy feathers in the hat, indeed, Pocknock. 1 second, check in here. MP Peak Pass, or no, Carrick Ungor. Just double check in. I'll show you guys so you know I'm not lying. Tiebreaker map, Carrick Ungor. Yeah, I do not mind it, but can't name any other lord like this gorgeous lady. Yeah, no, there is no other lord like her, which is fine. Marathi's a unique bird. Alright, another ace match, so let's take it up. Final round and see what the faction picks are. So it is Heisey's first pick this turn since he won the last round. Batman. All right, here we go, guys. So, wait, what the hell just happened? Wait, what just happened? Did they just play the same factions as a rematch? Oh, never mind. They're just entering the map to see what it is. Never mind. I was so confused there. I was like, what are you guys doing? You're just gonna, like, we're replaying the same match. Yeah, rematch would be hilarious. Make them swap factions. Alright, let me update that scoreboard so everybody here is aware it is a tied match, 1-1. don't see any picks. I have no idea if they finished because I don't see any picks and bans in the chat unless I'm blind, which is very possible. We'll go ahead and update the screen as though they are playing that though. Matthew wants to run back feeling salty after terror out cost her the game. So I just updated the scoreboard for no reason. All right, guys, while they're making their picks, I'll be right back. Hello. Oh, wow. So Greenskins versus Warriors of Chaos for the final round, ladies and gentlemen. Will we get to see Grimgor fight Archaon? That would be pretty awesome. Okay, got that ready. Red faction. Good to go. fact, I'm going to change the Greenskin army blocker to Grimgore just because I hope I see him. Wait, what? Oh, he added a bot so I can check chaos. I've always favored Greenskins in this, but I guess we'll see. Chaos does have some options here. I think Arcan could be a good lower choice just because you can expect trolls, whether it be stone trolls, regular trolls, or Grom the Paunch. I know he's a goblin, but he's basically a troll since he ate troll meat and has regenerative powers, so he is weak to fire. Same with the River Troll Hag, also weak to fire, so we will see. I think Arcan is a good pick here, but you can also see Sartorial sometimes for that missile resistance and Unbreakable Terror. But I don't know. I just think the Greenskin mobility here and their really good infantry can give them a good matchup against Chaos. Ice power total, wah. Definitely needs more Doom Wheels, Romulan. I've been trying to tell him more Doom Wheels, but not seeing a lot of Skaven in tournaments lately. Ice is readied up. Looks like Ice Power is almost ready, just doing some final touches to his build. Yeah, Scave is vanished with the prevalence of Gults in the current meta. Too bad. Oh wow, good one, man. IP with his favorite faction. Alright. Played Thankful for the first time in Warhammer the other day. He died, but burninated some Stormcast Eternals. Hell yeah. In tabletop you're referring to, right?
And yes, in tabletop, hell yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead, get this removed, and throw up that army blocker, or intro card. So here it is. Ice Power with the Greenskins versus Heisey and the Warriors of Chaos. This is the final round of their best of 3, the tiebreaker. Both semifinals going to a tiebreaker today, which we always like to see. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take a look at our armies. Got Chaos in red and Greenskins in blue. Now for the Greenskin army, we will have 3 Goblin Wolf Rider archers, including Mogrim's Mage Marauders, 2 Forest Goblin Rider, Spider Rider archers. We're going to have 4 Goblins, 2 Goblin Rock Lobbers. Got 2 Black Orcs backing them up here. And other than that, we are going to be seeing some stone trolls, not river trolls, sorry. So we have ourselves some stone trolls here on the field of battle. We are going to have a river troll hag on the field of battle. We're going to be bringing Spirit Leech and Mither. We also have some orc boar chariots with Grom the Paunch here, who has the lucky banner, Language of the Boys, and the Great Un is here. And then we have a Goblin Big Boss on top of a Forest Spider. That guy is going to be bringing They Need Stabbing and nothing else. So that rounds out total our Ice Powers army. Let's go take a look at Heisey's army, the Forces of Chaos. Marauder Horsemaster is going to be making up the skirmish force. Looks like 2 on either flank. For the frontline infantry, we will be seeing Chaos Marauders. Looks like 1, 2, 3, and 4 of them. We do see the Mirror Guard over here as well, and they will be backed up by the Word Spawn. These Chaos Spawn with armor sundering attacks. We will have some Chaos Chariots on the left flank, and then backing this army up, we have 2 Chaos Marauders with great weapons. Up in the air, we have the double Manticore, and for the Lord of this army, we do have our Kaon the Everchosen on top of his steed, Dorgar, Burning Head, Cascading Fire Cloak, Standard Die, and Kindle Flame. No Fireball, interesting. I would assume you'd see Fireball against the Greenskins because of the tendencies to have trolls, but he's going to be relying on that Cascading Fire Cloak so he can get up close and personal and do the killing himself. So Greenskins going to have their micro stressed here. I think they aren't at an advantage when it comes to infantry. The 2 Black Orcs should be wonderful against whoever they engage with, but the numbers are definitely on the Chaos side when it comes to the infantry count. Now, these skirmish forces are going to be really key here. If the Greenskins can win these skirmish engagements against the Horsemasters, I think they'll be in a good spot, and vice versa. Because, yeah, if the Greenskins can hold on to their mobility and skirmish power, that's the only way they're going to win this infantry engagement. So, yeah, Chaos here going to be approaching patiently, taking a while to close that distance. Goblobber is going to be firing away the entire time. And it looks like River Troll Hag coming out to throw down some Spirit Leeches if I had to guess. There's first Spirit Leech hitting Archaon the Everchosen. Nice target. He has no way to heal himself, so want to start taking down his health as quickly as possible. No doubt about that. Chaos Infantry not taking very much damage on the approach. Alright, Mirror Guard now getting targeted by the Rock Lobbers. They are taking some damage. Also getting focused by the Greenskin Skirmish Cav. And another direct hit to their formation, doing some very nice damage here. Greenskins refusing engagements. Burning Head going down, but easily dodged by the Greenskin forces. Very nice reaction time from them there. Over here, Grom the Paunch and the Orc Boar Chariots are running away from the Manticore, and Archaon the Everchosen is hot on their tails as well. Black Orcs back here, though, should provide some protection. And if Archaon wants to chase Grom into Black Orcs, he'll probably regret it. But here comes another Spirit Leech. Mirror Guard dominating the Goblins, but they are down below half health now after all of that skirmish fire and artillery focus. Over here, going to be seeing what appears to be the Orc Chariots, Grom the Paunch, the Goblin Big Boss, everything coming in here. Standard die popped on top of Archaon, as well as Cascading Fire Cloak, making his defense absolutely insane at 108. Goblin Big Boss is not giving up that easily, though, still chasing him down. But Goblin Big Boss now very much overextended and getting surrounded by infantry, and Archaon the Ever-Chosen probably just going to turn around and smack him down like nobody's business. This Goblin Big Boss needs to get the hell out of there, and it looks like he got the memo. Running away, they need Stabbin has actually popped on top of Archaon now. And Goblin Big Boss coming around for an attack. Wow, brave Goblin Big Boss. Over here, another Spirit Leech on top of Archaon. Burning Head, though, going through some of these Goblins, and now it's heading towards the bulk of the Greenskin forces, but it looks like it's just narrowly going to clip them. Not going to be able to get full damage down, but it still put down that burnt trait on top of the Stone Trolls, which is causing them to waver. Over here, Goblin Big Boss still going toe-to-toe with Archaon. Don't think he's going to survive much longer. Just one more hit from Archaon. If it's a good connection, will probably take him pretty far down on health, but it looks like he is running away now, trying to get away from Archaon. Manticore summon coming in. Goblin Big Boss. Oh, Archaon stopped charging. Oh, Archaon turned around to go after the Giant River Troll Hag. Gonna be some painful things. Terror kicking in on top of the Goblin Big Boss. River Troll Hag is now routing. Balance of Power still in favor of the Greenskins. You can see back here, they have been able to route 2 Marauder Horsemasters. That's a very big pickup. Marauder Horsemasters probably trying to shut down those Goblin Rock Lobbers. Desperately trying to get their firepower offline. Black Orcs, though, still doing well. One of the healthiest ones still in this center combat here with Archaon and this pocket of Greenskin, or Chaos Infantry. Chaos Chariots coming in to try and support. We will see if it is enough. Right now, Grom the Paunch coming back over towards the River Troll Hag. Should be able to regroup. And where did the Goblin Big Boss go? So the Goblin Big Boss will be important here. Archaon running away from the Trolls and from Grom the Paunch. All the Greenskin skirmishers coming over here now, and you can see that these Black Orcs look like they're coming over, maybe going to be able to get a nice flank charge, but I don't know if they're going to do it before these Greenskins break. The Black Orcs over here are beginning to waver. Here in the back line, Grom continuing to use his skirmish mobility to just dominate in the back lines, anything that gets, too far behind. Over here, Giant River Troll Hag just regained her leadership, and we should see another Spirit Leech on top of Archaon any moment now, I would guess. Archaon turning around to run, coming back after these Black Orcs. The other Black Orcs did indeed come in for kind of a rear charge and are looking a lot stronger. Archaon throwing down Stand or Die and Cascading Fire Cloak on top of the Word Spawn. Balance Power really shifting against Chaos now. Spirit Leech going down on top of Archaon the Ever-Chosen. And it just looks like they're running out of tools in their kit. Greenskins looking pretty strong here as we approach the 7-minute marker. I guess 8-minute marker is what we're working into. Mither thrown down on top of Archaon the Ever-Chosen. Chaos Chariots should be routing any second now. Just the Word Spawn and Archaon keeping them together. And just like that, Balance Power getting out of hand. And it does look like we're going to be seeing Ice Power win this series 2-1 after some excellent games from his opponent, Heisey. Yeah, I think they've always had him there. Caradoc, I'm not sure. Yeah, no Dragon Ogres. Yeah, that's why I think the Fireball would have been useful there, especially in hindsight, just to shoot that hag as much as you could with him. By Gork, by Mork. Who knows which one? I know that goblins tend to like Mork, where orcs tend to like Gork. Yeah, Archaon got sapped to death by Spirit Leeches. You got to be careful with him in that sense. He's a crazy good lord, but if you don't eliminate the Spirit Leech from the field quickly, he can suffer mightily. He still got some good value, but not nearly as much as I know he was hoping to get. And the Mirror Guard got shut down pretty hard. Horse Masters got shut down pretty hard. I mean, yeah, the Greenskins just played that very well. So congrats to Ice Power. He's going on to the final against Energized and Heisey. Better luck next season, man. Great games. That Boris Empire game will go down in legend. All right, inviting Energized over now. Oh, never mind, just kidding. And here we go, getting into the final, folks. Ice Power versus Energized. You do hate to see it, but, you know, you hate to see it, but I do think Archaon should have brought Fireball. I know some people don't like Fireball, and that's totally cool, but if you're going up against a faction where you can expect Spirit Leech from a troll, then you should probably bring Fireball to shoot that troll to death. It outranges Spirit Leech unless they overcast it, and that bonus fire damage will be nice. There we go. So Ice Power is top, so he gets first pick. Did they buff Mirrorguard in some ways? Not that I know of, Aaron Foxy. Does anybody else know that? I figured there'd be at least Dragon Ogre unit for this matchup, but I'm seeing more Mirrorguards now. Mirrorguard's very popular. They're a good infantry unit if they don't get shot to death. What are they talking about? Interesting. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and nix that. I announced the prize pool in advance, so 75 for the winner, 25 for second place. Yeah, just don't want players because, like, you know, I don't know. I just feel like maybe once it's over, if the winner decides, like, yeah, I'm going to split some of the prize pool. Like, if the winner won and he's like, I want to split the prize 50-50 with my opponent, I'd be like, totally cool, totally fine. But before the battle starts, I just don't want it to, any pressure to feel like, any player to feel pressured like they need to be like, oh yeah, let's do that, you know, like I'll just nix it. And then the winner, if they're feeling generous, can totally split the prize however they want. I've had plenty of people win tournaments and donate it to their friends. Like recently, VM Tank got some money in one of our tournaments. I think it was the last playoffs. And he just donated it all to Dark Phoenix, whose computer broke down. So you guys are definitely welcome to send your prize money wherever you want. But before the battle starts, just to prevent any kind of conflict or like dispute between the two players, I will say nah. All right, let's update the scoreboard too before I forget to do that. We got Energized. Dark Elves, Empire, Galbaraz is the map. All right, cool. Thanks for the sanity check, Romulan Dog. I'm definitely cool with players, you know, splitting money how they will, but let's not open up the gates for any kind of drama before the battle even begins. Because, I mean, I think it's like whoever the stronger player is at that point might be like, ooh, that would be nice of me, but I think I'm going to win, so I don't want to give up any of my money. Bits of Noblar meat. I see you've been watching that Norska trailer. Or the... Not Norska. Oh, hell yeah, Norska. You've been watching that Ogre Kingdoms trailer. God bless you, Energized. We're going to see some Norska. And this is the two picks, Dark Elves and Empire, are two factions I think Norska can do well against. They do have to watch out for Knights of the Blazing Sun, though. And it looks like Ice Power is going to go with Empire. Already, yeah, he's calling Energized a legend already. What a treat, chat. We haven't seen Norska play in quite a hot minute. So, time to see how they do against the Empire here. Ho, buenas noches. How you doing, Josema? Good to see you, friend. Ogre's the better Norska. Yeah, by the looks of it. I really hope they can like revamp all of the Game 1 factions for Game 3 so they don't feel so outdated compared to their counterparts.
Power nap. All right, here we go. Ice power's ready. Just waiting on Energized. Yes, it was Eon, and I do need to get Energized and Cheezix. What a pun. Optimus Pine would be proud. Please sing me a lullaby. I imagine you have a beautiful voice. Well, now I need to go get some water. Energized is back in the game. I think he just crashed out of the lobby for a moment. Here, you can show yourself in the camera because everybody hasn't seen you in forever.
Ooh.
Ooh. What do you think? Is that you? Is that you? Look at you. You're so big. You got your Toy Story thing on? I know. You're so big. Everybody hasn't seen you in forever. But I know you wanted to say hi. Who are you waiting for, Norska or Empire?
What?
I did. She made Skaven seafood noodles, for sure.
Peanuts.
Yeah. Should we shoot Energized and Invite?
Ooh. Ooh. Hey.
Frankie, you just started a voice chat with him.
What? He said he's lying.
Oh, you found a coin.
Ooh. Okay.
Yeah, she definitely stole my eyes.
Okay.
Yeah, you got a coin. This definitely might be escaping in disguise. I know, dude. She's growing so quick. It's crazy. I've been streaming a couple years longer than she's been alive. Big belly. Oh no, you don't like to be up that high?
What?
Yeah, no, that's a mouse. You're moving it. All right, let's go back to mommy. Say bye bye. Can you say bye bye?
Bye.
Good job. Say bye bye one more time. That was so sweet. Okay. Ooh, it's okay. We're gonna go see mama. It's okay. Come on, pups. Love you, kid. I'll be out soon. Eight months old? Congrats, Anthem. Ah, enjoy it. It's crazy when I see kids that age. What's going on? Shoot, an Energized a message. I'm not sure what just happened. Okay, he's back in. Oh, horror movies running in the background. That was just my daughter squealing. Aaron Foxy called it. Damn straight, I'm raising her right. I'm raising her to be a Skaven main. Nothing more right than that. Yeah, 2 to 3 years old. Man, once she reached 3, she's really cute, don't get me wrong, and she's awesome, but she's also a complete asshole. Like, she just flips a switch and just turns into a holy terror. But I love her. Oh, I forgot my water. One sec. Oh man, she terror routes me all the time. I don't have very high leadership though, so it's pretty easy. Here we go, guys, loading into the battle, and I'll see you on it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we have it. Round 1 of this best of 5 final between XMT Ice Power and Energized. It's the Empire versus Norska. Winner takes $75 home. Losers goes home with 25. So not a complete loss, but I'm sure you want the extra 50 bucks. Galbaraz is the map. Nice big open map. Good old Greenskin map. All right, and here we go. So starting with our blue player, as it is round 1, we have the Empire being led by Ice Power Total War. Now starting with the infantry, which he is currently deploying, we do have the Sigmar Sons. Supporting them, we will have Spearmen. Looks like we're going to have 1, 2, and 3 Spearmen. One of them will have shields. We're going to have 1, 2, 3 Knights of the... Oh no, so 2 Knights of the Blazing Sun. And then it looks like 1 Empire Knight over here on the left flank. Sounds like my daughter is doing something she should not be doing right now. And then we have some Outriders up front. Outriders are grenade launchers in coming up behind them. We do see that Jade Wizard is going to be on the field with a Regrowth and Earthblood, Life Bloom on top of a horse. We have a couple more skirmish cav over here in the form of 3 Pistoliers, by the way. And then we have Karl Franz up in the air. Reichland Runefang, Gal Maraz, Hold the Line, and Blood Roar. He's here to smash some Norskin heroes. Now, for the Norskin army in red, led by Energized. A man of the people indeed, bringing the Norskins. He is going to have Marauder Horsemen up front, just 2 of them. For the frontline infantry, we are going to be seeing Marauders on either flank. We then have Marauders with great weapons just inside of them. And then 2 Marauder Berserkers holding down the center. These Vikings ready to hack those state troops to pieces with their double axes. Got a Shaman Sorcerer of Fire, going to be bringing Burning Head, Cascadian Fire Cloak, and Fireball. We have Skinwolf Werekin with his extra armor and missile resistance AoE buff. We got Wolfric the Wanderer, Sword of Torgald, Hunter of Champions, Fighter Die, and Seafang. And we're also going to be seeing some badass Skinwolves with armor. Man, I do just love the motif of Norska, gotta say. So we got the werewolves on the flanks, and then in the center we do have the Miststalkers, ROR, Fimir Warriors. So here it goes. Pistoliers coming out to shoot down the Marauder Berserkers. Already Marauder Horsemen getting routed, and the grenade launchers look like they're coming out too to get some launches off. Currently shooting at the Marauder Horsemen, but definitely want to see them shooting into those Berserkers as quickly as they can. Right now, this infantry-heavy Norska army definitely going to be suffering, no doubt about it, but it's going to be all about the cavalry play and the monster play, so we will see what happens here. Norska does have some answers to if the Knights of the Blazing Sun come charging out, they will counter-charge, I imagine, with the Skinwolves or the Fimir Warriors. Over here, Wolfric the Wanderer and the Skinwolf Werekin just staying kind of close to everybody. Skinwolf Werekin in particular will be giving that extra missile resistance and armor to units nearby him. So I can't remember, is it just specifically for heroes though? No, it's allies in range, so 10% missile resist, 23 armor. Very helpful for a lightly armored faction like the Norskins. Alright, so far haven't seen any charges from the Empire Knights and Knights of the Blazing Sun. It looks like they're going to refuse the engagements. They're just running away. They want to let their Pistoliers do the talking. They have done some nice damage. The Marauders still doing okay for themselves at the moment. Right now, as we mentioned earlier, we see the Skinwolves coming out for a counter-charge action after the Knights of the Blazing Sun came into combat. They're not going to be the best against Knights of the Blazing Sun, considering they do have a weakness to fire, but they are armored, which should give them a little bit more staying power. Checking in on the Empire right flank. Does look like Marauders are going to close the distance, get in combat with these spears. Spearmen not going to get a counter charge off, and they don't have expert charge defense, so they will be getting a bad engagement here against the Marauders. In the center line, we do see Knights of the Blazing Sun charging into the Skinwolf. Skinwolf's melting to pieces to that charge. Sea Fang coming through, melting those spearmen though. And infantry engagements looking okay for the forces of Norska so far. Burning Head coming down here through the Sigmar Suns, absolutely decimating them. They're unbreakable, so they'll stick around for the fight, but a very beautiful cast. So far, Sea Fang and Burning Head both being used to great effect here to eliminate some Empire units pretty much completely. In the back lines here, we see Empire Knights chasing Marauder Horsemen just kiting them around. I imagine the Empire Knights will be used to hit the Skinwolves with armor, but right now it looks like the Skinwolves are going to change direction. The Empire Knights are not reacting. Over here, Outriders, Pistoliers still just shooting away the Fimir Miststalkers. All these guys just need to move through. They're attacking 4 units of Sigmar Suns. Just push through. Do not get caught up on this unbreakable unit infantry. And now we do see Marauders with great weapons pushing forward. Outriders still very high on ammunition, though. In the Empire right flank, the Norskin left, they have dominated, defeated the Marauders here. But, you know, right now, still anybody's game. Empire looking pretty strong, though. Over here, Empire Knights in combat with the Skinwolves. But looks like the Skinwolves are just a bit too tattered to hang out in this engagement. Empire Knights slowly but surely going to be winning it. But the Skinwolves, you know, getting some damage down in revenge. Over here, Empire State troops continuing to be burninated by the Burning Heads. And Norska slowly but surely just mopping up the Empire infantry. But I just don't think it's going to matter in the end because they still have plenty of ammunition. They still have some Knights of the Blazing Sun on the field that are doing okay for themselves. Some Empire Knights that are still quite healthy. And Karl Franz is, you know, 100% still in the game. However, going to the Norskin side, they still have their Fire Sorcerer. They still have their Skinwolf Werekin. And they still have Wulfric the Wanderer. Sword of Torgald is popped on top of him right now. So he has 778 weapon strength. He's no chump in battle, to be sure. Marauder Berserkers coming into the fight now. And it looks like all the Outriders just focusing on the Miststalkers. Not a bad choice. These guys are a high value target. They do cause terror, but they also have that from the mist, so they do have that 20% missile resistance as long as their leadership is over 50%. Right now, grenade launchers firing away. I would like to see the Norskins. Yeah, it looks like he's going to send Wulfric out to chase the Spearmen off the map. A wise play. You don't want these guys regrouping because it's actually the last unit of infantry the Empire has. So, yeah, that's going to be a nice pickup. Karl Franz is coming out here trying to chase Wulfric, but Wulfric is successfully routed the Spearman off, and it looks like he's going to turn around now, start running the other way. Fireball coming down. Jade Wizard looking like he's trying to move to dodge it. He's going to successfully dodge it. Cast and a miss there from the Fireball. Nice dodge. Over here, it looks like the Outriders are now going to target Wulfric the Wanderer. Wulfric's running away to get out of range. He's still taking some shots in the back as he runs out of here, though. Yeah, because Wulfric is a win condition here. Like, Wulfric and the Skinwolf need to stay alive. Otherwise, they have no way to kill Karl Franz. And even with the two of them, I'm just not sure they can kill Karl Franz. Immunity psychology on the Skinwolf will be very helpful. But Sea Fang coming through here. Oh, going through some of the Outriders. Not doing too much damage, though. Is going after the Knights of the Blazing Sun. Grenade launchers coming in here, and now they're just going to start blowing up all of the Norskin infantry. I absolutely adore Outriders with grenade launchers. One of my favorite units in the game for very obvious reasons. But yeah, they're getting some nasty work done. The Norskins are now just completely at the mercy of this Empire army. And the Empire still has some good ammunition left. The fire discipline from Ice Power has been completely on point. Fireball going after Karl Franz. He's not even going to try to dodge it. I think he doesn't even feel any concern about dodging it. He has plenty of room to heal. And now the entire Norskin infantry force is routing. Miststalker's about to rout. And yeah, Wulfric the Wanderer going to start getting targeted here. He's down to about half health. And this is not going to be good. Over here, Wulfric diving into the Outriders. Skinwolf Werekin coming with him, as well as the Fire Sorcerer. Knights of the Blazing Sun coming in for the charge, though. Karl Franz coming in for the attack. And I think this is a GG. Hunter of Champions going down on top of Karl, but Terror kicking in immediately on Wulfric. Anybody want to tell me why Wulfric isn't immune to Terror? I don't know. Riddle me that. He's just a monster hunter and a guy who runs around dueling everyone in the world because he was cursed by a Chaos God to have to do it. And, yeah. So, anywho, GG, well played to both of these players. This Empire army just had some pretty hard counters against what the Norskins brought, but I think Energized played it beautifully. Honestly, probably getting as much out of that army as he could, given the circumstances and the fact that he's up against Ice Power, who is somebody you definitely can't count on making mistakes. So very well executed build by Ice Power here. Grenade launchers getting crazy value. Karl Franz was playing it defensively, which I like to see. It was really just letting the guns do the talking, and then the cycle charges from the knights. But Wulfric, just, yeah, not having a lot of infantry to, fireball and Sea Fang, so that was kind of a problem for him. And then they just got shot to pieces. All this really light armor just got decimated by the Empire skirmishers here. All right, so after that first battle, Ice Power going to be leading 1-0. Yeah, he was expecting a Volkmar box. Yeah, that build would have been much better against a Volkmar box, no doubt about it. Yeah, I agree. It was absolutely Empire's game to lose. Spear Chuckers, does Norsk have an answer to Blazing Sun? Alright, so does Norska have an answer to Blazing Sun Knights? Fimir warriors with great weapons would decimate Knights of the Blazing Sun. They're expensive, though. A bit more expensive than Knights of the Blazing Sun are. So I think Fimir warriors could do it. But then again, no. Fimir warriors do magical damage, so Knights of the Blazing Sun have like 20% magic resist or 25% magic resist. So even they aren't the best option. Yeah, Knights of the Blazing Sun are like, this is just the matchup where they shine. This is like their favorite matchup. I'd say this and then probably Vampire Counts. Just because they have some good matchups in Vampire Counts too. But yeah, Finner lose too because they have the magic resist on the Knights of the Blazing Sun. And a much bigger charge bonus to keep in mind. So yeah, I mean, I think really the only thing that kills Knights of the Blazing Sun in the Norskin roster effectively, probably Mammoths. Wulfric on his Mammoth, things like that. Like, this Cav doesn't do well against large single entities. But, alright, Energized picking Lizardmen and High Elves on Schwarzhaven. And, yeah, I'm trying to think. Norska versus Knights of the Blazing Sun. Magic damage. Yeah, 40% magic damage, so the resist from the Knights of the Blazing Sun does work. Hosama, fair point of view. From my point of view, currently playing with this faction in Norska is as absurd as is the meta. As absurd as is the meta. Yeah, no, Norska's... If you're going to bring them against any faction in the current meta... I don't know, it's a tough one. They tend to do well against High Elves. Maybe Vampire Counts. Vampire counts just feel really strong right now. Yeah, good versus Wood Elves too. I think that's an even matchup, but I want to favor Norska. That makes me want to play Norska, seeing everybody say Norska is dead. All right, we got Warriors of Chaos from Ice Power up against the Lizardmen of Energized. Oh no, he hasn't confirmed Lizardmen or High Elves yet, but I imagine he's going to go Lizardmen because High Elves versus Chaos is a bit daunting to most players. All right, so it is Lizards indeed, confirmed by Energized. So Lizards are his main faction, and as we've seen, he's had some really good success with them. Warriors of Chaos, a very solid faction against the Lizards, though, and I think Ice Power, just such a good player, you can never underestimate him. But I'm excited for this matchup because Energized Lizardman play is truly inspired. I hope I'm not putting too much pressure or jinxing anything, knock on wood. But yeah, this should be a good matchup. Tend to see, I mean, I like Archaon against the Lizardman, but oftentimes you'll see Kolek Suneater since he's a good monster killer, good speed and such. But you can also see Sigvald pretty much in any matchup now in the current meta because he's so tanky. And honestly, Sartorial too. He's another one of those lords where I'm just like, yeah, Sartorial works anywhere. Just depends on the Chaos build you bring. But yeah, Sartorial is probably my second favorite lord after Archaon. So, looks like Ice Power is already readied up. Energized is confirmed he's ready. So we're getting into the fight now, folks. Over here, let's update the Warriors of Chaos. Lizardmen, generate link, copy, boom. I had that intro card all sorts of fucked up. So here we go. See you on the battlefield. Ice Power bringing the Warriors of Chaos versus Energized and the Lizardmen. This is round 2 of their best of 5 final. Winner will be taking home the $75 prize. Second place will go home with $25. So as you may see, we are on Schwarzhafen as the map. Nice big open ground, lots of room to maneuver. Some small hiding spots on the map, back here in this little thicket, as well as over here. So red player does have a little bit more forest to work with, but overall, just a big map with some high ground to work with and some minor terrain features, a little cottage and a rock formation over there. But otherwise, terrain is open for maneuvering. I think in Warhammer 3, I can see them getting love because they are a Chaos faction. So I see like maybe their campaign mechanics getting buffed for their Nurgle, Sinch, Khorne, and Slaanesh alignments, stuff like that. But anyways, time will tell. Let's get to this battle. We still have plenty of time on Warhammer 2. So round 2 of their best of 5, we're going to start with our red player, the Lizardmen. Going to be bringing Skink Cohort with Javelins up in the front line. It looks like we have a total of 4 Skink Cohort with Javelins. Very popular unit. We do see Chameleon Skinks. Looks like 2 of them in the rear. And 3 Skink Skirmishers. For the large units here, we do have some Cold One Riders and Feral Cold Ones. So 2 Feral Cold Ones. 2 Cold One Spear Riders. And then we're going to be looking at a Razor Dawn Hunting Pack, accompanied by the Umbral Tide Regiment of Renown Salamander Hunting Pack. Da-na-na-na-na, da-na-na-na-na, da-na-na-na-na. We have a Skink Priest. He has the Manticore summon and Wissen's wild form. But then we have Croc. All right, so Hand of the God, Swiftness of Itzel, Deadly Onslaught, and Sacred Spawning of Ixodal is going to be on top of Krokar, looking like a badass. And we'll see how this army performs against the forces of Chaos. Now, for our blue player Ice Power, he is going to be bringing a front line that consists of Marauders. Looks like 1, 2, 3, and 4 is the magic number. We have 2 Chosen. Make that 3 Chosen. So 3 units of Chosen back here. Very elite infantry. We're going to have 2 Marauder Horsemen with throwing axes, 2 Marauder Horsemasters on the left flank, as well as 1 on the right flank, making a total of 3 Horsemasters. And then we have a couple of Warhounds with poison on either flank supporting as well. Here in the center for some infantry killing power, we have the Chaos Chariots, who do have those flaming hoofs. I'm not sure if it was an update or if it's always been there. Somebody let me know in the chat. We do see a Chaos Sorcerer with the Lore of Metal, Final Transmutation, nothing else. And Prince Sigvald, the Magnificent Bastard, going to be bringing Slippery as well as Arix Armor for that regeneration. So, here we are. The forces are lining up. And time to see who comes out on top. Let's get Chaos over here on the left side of the battle. So, at least when we start, it can align with the title cards up top of the screen. And yeah, Chaos doing a good job. A lot of shielded infantry. Just going to be pushed out front to screen all this skirmish fire. The Marauders will probably take some serious damage. They don't have a lot of armor, but that 35% block chance from their bronze shields will be quite nice. Umbral Tide opening fire on top of the Chaos Chariots. Chaos Chariots getting a little greedy going after the Skink Cohort with Javelins, but now they're opening themselves up to a rear volley from the Umbral Tide and the Javelins. Krokar coming out, but it looks like he's going to pull back, deciding, nah, we don't need to get into a committed engagement just yet, as the Lizardmen continue to refuse engagements across the line and just pull back. Holy hell. I mean, just this is so much micro here from our Lizardman player. We will see if he can keep it up, but right now it looks like Warhounds with poison coming out to go after the Razor Dawn Hunting Pack and Skink Cohort, but they are countercharged very swiftly by Cold One Spear Riders and Feral Cold Ones, and they're just getting decimated. Marauders getting into combat to try and support them, and the Marauder Horsemasters getting some good damage from volleys there. Final Transmutation coming down on top of the Lizardman forces. Looks like it's going to catch the Cavalry, but not the Razor Dawn Hunting Pack and Infantry. Meanwhile, over here, Krokar taking some engagements, just getting easy terror routes. Now the Chaos Skirmishers are coming in to fight, though, but the Umbral Tide is here to cover him, and they are blowing up some Marauder Horsemasters while Cold One Spear Riders dive in to push them away from the firepower. Now, you see, the Kite Army is only successful if you can play successful defense, and right now, aside from maybe this engagement being a bit over-engaged, like maybe a bit over-eager, Energized has done a beautiful job of protecting the skirmishers and just not letting them get engaged by Warhounds or anything like that. Over here, you see Warhounds coming in, but Krokar on top of them. Sigmald, although he's a tanky lord, he is very slow. And looks like the Umbral Tide getting into melee now with the Chaos Warhounds with poison. Going to be just going for a full-on route off the map if they can. Sigvald killing one of their models with a swift swing of his sword. But they're soon going to be outpacing him and get out of there. Right now, Krokar going in for a charge on top of the Chaos Sorcerer of Metal. Chaos Sorcerer of Metal getting smashed on the first attack. Second attack doing a ton of damage too. Krokar popping Swiftness of Itzel. Going to give him that 25% speed. And Sacred Spawning Exaltal gives him that missile resistance and vigor restore. And he's going right back out of it. Now here come Cold One Spear Riders diving into the Marauder Horsemasters as Krokar retreats from that engagement. Over here, Manticore Summon coming down, getting on top of these guys. Umbral Tide still chasing the Warhounds, which I find hilarious. And then over here, Razor Dawn Hunting Pack. You can see like the Lizardman forces are scattered from heck to breakfast, but they're doing okay. I mean, over here, it looks like these guys may be in trouble now because the Marauder Horsemen are coming in to pin him in place for the Marauder, for the Chaos Marauders to get on top of. But some Skink Cohort are coming in to intercept those guys. Oh, my bad. These aren't Marauders. These are Chosen. And over here, these are Chosen. I keep forgetting that the Chaos Forces just have a bunch of Chosen. Looks like the Marauders, for the most part, are tattered and retreating. Over here, Sigvald the Magnificent getting charged by the Feral Manticore. Not sure how much I like that engagement. Doesn't have good armor piercing, and I think Sigvald's just going to dominate in that combat. Over here, we do see an opportunity perhaps for Krokar to go after the Chaos Sorcerer of Metal, prevent any more final transmutations from going down. It looks like he's going for it, and we will see if he's able to eliminate it. It's going to be very important if he gets the charge off here. And boom, big hit on top of the Chaos Sorcerer of Metal. Terror Route going to kick in almost immediately. Second attack is going to be on top of the Chosen, though. Throwing axes are now inbound and throwing axes at Krokgar. So Krokgar going to have to be very, very careful here. He's getting... Yeah, the armor-piercing rounds are doing a lot of damage here. Sacred Spawning Vixoidal going down, giving him that physical resistance, which should help a bit. But now, Chaos Sorcerer Metal has stopped routing. We're going to be seeing Skink Cohort coming over here, trying to, you know, push the Horsemen away. But now they are on Krokgar's ass. And Krokgar is about to get surrounded by a lot of forces from Chaos. So this might be a big turning point. And Krokgar may just be going down for the count here. This is devastating. But, oh, Hand of the Gods going down. Chaos Sorcerer of Metal not going to escape unscathed here. Swiftness of Itzel going down. Oh, Final Transmutation was about to go down, but it's going to fail as the Chaos Sorcerer routes before he can cast it. Over here, Terror on top of the Chaos Chariots, but Krokgar needs to get the hell out of here. He is having a hell of a time, and there's nothing in this Lizardman army that can heal him. So over here, it looks like he's found an avenue of escape. We have Skink Skirmishers coming over here to counter skirmish these cav units. Krokgar, though, instead of coming over here and maybe getting a charge on the Chosen, is going after the Chaos Sorcerer, which I guess I agree with. And it looks like he's getting further away from the Horse Skirmishers. But, yeah, he needs to get the hell out of there. All right, Krokgar whiffing that charge, apparently. But now the throwing axe is coming in, and Krokgar is in trouble. All right, physical resistance going down again. Krokgar has killed the caster, but looks like he is going down for the count. 2 HP left, and Krokgar is down. Balance power swinging wildly in favor of Chaos at this point as their skirmish cav defeats the Lizardman Lord. Now, we do still have the Skink Priest of Beast. I don't know if he's used both of his Manticore summons or not. Umbral Tide needs to be so careful. They're about to get countercharged by a whole lot of throwing axes, and they're out in the open. Manticore summon coming in. Umbral Tide turning away to run, and the Manticore probably going to be used on top of the Marauder Horsemen to get some terror routes if possible, and we will see what happens. But now the Skink Priest also caught outside of his area of protection. It's all going to be dependent on this Feral Manticore. If it can get any terror routes down, then the Lizardman will have gotten a good engagement here. If it can't get terror routes down, then going to be a bad move, and they could lose the Skink Priest. Over here, balance power going back in favor of the Lizardman with that Manticore summon procced, but they absolutely need to route these skirmish cav units off the field to stand a chance. Over here, some Cold One Spear Riders coming back, Razor Dawn Hunting Pack coming back. They're going to be super crucial in the late game here because their armor-piercing barbs are going to be needed to take down Prince Sigvald the Magnificent. Otherwise, I don't think the Lizardmen have much to deal with him, to be honest. Over here, Chosen getting attacked by the Manticore. Manticore, I really want to see it just chasing Marauder Horsemen and Horsemasters, to be completely honest. Kind of bummed to see that. It's coming over now, trying to get on top of the Marauder Horsemasters. Looks like it's getting there in the nick of time, but will it time out before it can do anything useful? Umbral Tide still running away. Leadership starting to go down. Feral Cold Ones coming in here. Marauder Horsemasters. Oh, it looks like the Manticore's about to time out. Not going to be saying terror kicking in. Umbral Tide running away, though. Cold-blooded popped on top of them. Over here, Spear Riders continuing to chase the Marauder Horsemasters. Same with the Feral Cold Ones, but oh no, they're rampaging. There's no other Cold-blooded without Krokgar, so they're going to be stuck on top of Sigvald, which is exactly what Sigvald wants. Balance power swinging against the Lizardmen in a serious way, ladies and gentlemen. Skirmish forces for the Lizardmen are almost out of ammunition, and I think we're seeing just, going to see Sigvald tank it at the end here. These Chosen, though, very low on leadership. They're not great on speed, and they don't have anything supporting them, so, got to eliminate those Chosen. Then there will only be, I think, 1 unit of Chosen left on the field. But yeah, this is looking rough for Energized. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to pull this off. Umbral Tide. Wait, why are you getting into combat? Okay. I wasn't sure if they're about to do that or not. All right. Yeah, just run away. Looks like they are. Skink cohort javelins running away. I love this. Just do not engage the chosen. Just blow them to pieces. Over here, Cold One Spear Riders trying to get a charge off against the throwing axes, but I think the throwing axe volley will rout them here. And yeah, they're not getting the attack order either. Wait, there it is. Going after the horses. Over here, though, we're going to be seeing regrouped Chaos Forces routing off some Skink Skirmishers. Chosen over here just very, very healthy. But over here, Lizardmen are able to eliminate one unit of Chosen. And actually, there's a unit... Oh, those are Marauders, but still gives the Lizardmen an excuse to, go down here and try to eliminate that isolated infantry. Because honestly, this battle isn't over. Because the Umbral Tide and the Razordawn Hunting Pack still have ammunition. And that means the Lizardmen can still potentially get into a position in this battle where they have the mobility monopoly. The only mobility left for the Forces of Chaos is this one unit of Marauder Horsemen with throwing axes. And if the Lizardmen can remove that from the equation, then they have a chance to cycle down the Chosen and Sigvald with charges, but more importantly, with the armor-piercing poison barbs from the Razordawn Hunting Pack and the fireballs from the Umbral Tide. So, also keep in mind, both of these units have armor-piercing weapon strength, so in melee attacks, they will be able to cycle charge Chosen and probably get some decent damage in. So, right now, you see the forces of the Lizardmen just pushing forward after this isolated Marauder. I absolutely applaud the decision. I know some people may find it tedious, but they absolutely have to take every advantage they can to win this game. And as you can see, look over here, Chaos doing the same thing, was trying to charge at the Skink cohort, but look at this. These horsemen are so tattered that they're just going to start routing. Their leadership breaks before they can even get there. And that means, ladies and gentlemen, that the Lizardmen do have that mobility of a monopoly for now. We will see if they regroup here as Sigvald comes back, but even if they regroup, the Umbral Tide, one volley should finish them off. And it looks like that volley is coming in, but ooh, it's going to be dodged, but not completely. That's going to give him some burnt, I believe. Does it? No, it does not. There goes another volley. Marauder Horsemen with throwing axes. Getting the charge, but now they're in melee combat, and they are going to shatter. And the Lizardmen have that advantage that we were just talking about. 11 models left on the Umbral Tide. They have perfect vigor, which should help keep their leadership fairly steady. And now, this is where it all lies. It's Sigvald and some Chosen versus the world. Of course, scattered to the winds. I'm glad you're enjoying it, friend. Yeah, they spent... So, right now, the Lizardmen just don't rush into anything at all. I think these count as artillery rounds, so I don't think the shields from the Chosen block them at all. And it looks like they're going to get some decent damage in, but point being, I want to see the Umbral Tide save every last shot, and if possible, use their stock to their advantage to only shoot at the Chosen from the flank. Always remember that, chat. Shooting at them at a perpendicular angle is never going to be as good as doing it parallel to them, because you want that fireball to go down the line, because you notice most of the scattering is going to be forward and back. Well, actually, I lied. He's completely proven me wrong. But it's still working. Sigvald coming in, trying to get some kills on the Umbral Tide, but he's honestly just going to go for whatever he can, and the Lizardmen, I think, are likely just going to ignore him completely until the very end. At least that's what I would do. He has a silver shield. He has regeneration. He's going to be doing these little dodges. I just don't know. The only thing the Lizardman can hope to do is break his leadership, and he has really good leadership, but it's actually a little bit debuffed right now. All right. There we go. Those are the shots you want to see when this force of Chosen is kind of, balled up on each other. Balled up on themselves, I guess would be the right way to say that. Now... yeah, I mean, both players just playing this so cautiously. Lizardmen have to make every single shot count, but got to keep in mind, silver shields on the Chosen. Shoot him in the back. Shoot him in the back. you got to send in the infantry piecemeal to just kind of die. Maybe do a charge with Cold One Spear Riders. Try to get him to turn around and then shoot them. Right now he's doing a good move though. Umbral Tide going to be shooting him in the back, opening up the armor-piercing barbs to get some rear shots into the Chosen. So, both players just playing this so well. But look at this, the Chosen turning around just in time to, you know, get their shields back in front. I don't know if anything can kill Sigvald at this point. That's the thing. But Sigvald isn't unbreakable. So really, the thing to keep in mind is if the Lizardmen kill the Chosen, which I still think is a possibility. It's getting narrower as the ammunition runs out. But if they do that, then they may be able to break Sigvald's leadership. They can't kill him. There's no way. There is nothing here that can kill Sigvald. Sigvald, if he was unbreakable, this battle would be over. No doubt about it. It's only if the Lizardmen can break his leadership. And now, what they're going to have to rely on is using the Razor Dawn Hunting Pack and the Umbral Tide, which, as I mentioned earlier, charge bonus of 28 and 20, so not the best charge bonuses, but 46 weapon strength, and, 46 weapon strength on both of them, armor piercing on both of them, and they have the Cold One Spear Riders. So what I think they're going to do, engage with the infantry, what's left of them anyways, piecemeal, and then they're going in for rear charges with, well, first they're going to use the rest of their ammunition. Absolutely love to see that. There it goes. Chosen are turning around to prevent them from getting shot in the back, though. And now we're seeing more skinks coming into combat here. All right, Razor Dawn Hunting Pack pulling back a little bit. Looks like they're going to be getting the attack order now. All right, that was, looks like the last volley that they're going to have. And now the Razor Dawns are going to be strictly used in a melee role. Right now, Lizardmen chances are getting slimmer. They need. Wissen's Wild Form going down on top of the Razor Dawn Hunting Pack, and they're actually doing some really good damage here to the Chosen. Chosen are losing slightly. That's 25% armor piercing, 30 armor, 25 weapon base damage, and that's important. That extra armor is really going to help the Razor Dawn Hunting Pack. They have 120 armor right now, and the Chosen aren't known for their armor piercing, right? You need the great weapons or the halberds for that, and that was a really good charge. Right now, all the infantry for the Lizardmen just staying on top of the Chosen. Sigvald going after the Skink Priest, which I think should be used kind of as like a bait unit. And look at this, the Chosen are wavering. There they go. The rout of the Chosen is in hand. And now it is all about, can the Lizardmen break Sigvald's leadership? So, Cold-Blooded popped on top of the Razor Dawn Hunting Pack to keep them alive. And all that, you know, I think really the main thing here for Energized to make sure he does is keep the Skink Priest away from Sigvald, but close enough to keep the leadership buff from having a hero nearby. Over here, you can see Sigvald's leadership hanging out pretty high still. He's at 77 for the most part. But we will see if the Umbral Tide can pull out of here, regain some of their leadership, because they still have 7 models, but no, there goes the route. Sigvald going after him hard. No Amber Spear on Priest. It was Wissen's Wild Form and the Manticore Summon. So I imagine he's going to continue using that Wissen's Wild Form to buff up the Razor Dawn Hunting Pack, because that's 120 armor significant. And then you give them that 25% bonus to their weapon strength, giving them closer to 60 weapon strength. And then you boost their weapon attack significantly. And suddenly Sigvald, you know, will be a lot easier to manage. He also doesn't have much armor piercing, so that Wissen's Wild Form boosting their armor back up, going to give them opportunity to get a charge off on top of Sigvald, who in turn is going to pop off Slippery, getting his melee defense all the way to 84. And so, yeah, he's not, you know, he's not going to be easy to take down. Razor Dawn Hunting Pack turning around, looking like they're going to have to get out of combat. And honestly, the Skink Priest needs to get into the cycle charging here, but I just don't know if the Lizardmen are going to be able to pull this off. It looks like everything's just falling apart, and Sigvald, the magnificent tank, will lead down here. His leadership damage is 77. Yeah, that's a good point. Skink Priest looking like he's trying to come in here, finding an opportunity to get an attack off. Sigvald still just murdering everybody in here. Balance power staying in his favor. Razordon hunting pack. Exhausted, running into combat. Wissen's wild form going down on top of him. And there they go. Skink Priest diving into combat too. But yeah, Sigvald is unbreakable at this point. It's going to be a GG. Beautiful game to both players, but Sigvald's going to carry. He really needed Krokgar there. They touch him and turn around. Get him, Skink Priest. Ouch. That sounded pretty painful, bro. GG, well played. If only he brought Nakai, yeah, Nakai would smash him. Yeah, they did their jobs. The Chosen just soaked up damage. Yep. Sigvald did his job, which is just win. Stay alive and win the battle at the end. But really, the skirmishers won that game when they killed Krokgar. I think Krokgar was really the only answer to Sigvald in this army, honestly. Yeah, if he had Krokgar, he could have pulled it off. But Krokgar got killed by the skirmish cav, and then Sigvald was just able to win from there, tank his way to victory. So a GG, well played to both players. Awesome level of gameplay on display here. But we're going to see Ice Power take a 2-0 lead over Energized in this best of 5 final. But it's not over yet, chat. We've seen 3 sweep comebacks before. Maybe we'll see them again. GG, well played. Because Energized was playing that beautifully. Some minor mistakes here or there, but like this gameplay level, he's playing insanely well with that game. But that's good. Can't connect anything else to the internet except Warhammer. Two times Bowstag with Nakai. Hell yeah, Wild Hippopotamus. That'll put Sigvald in his place. That actually would have been fairly effective, I think, in this build. Against this Chaos build. But that's all in a vacuum. Do believe it is back to Ice Power for first pick. that is back to Ice Power's pick. And this is match point form, ladies and gentlemen. He is leading 2-0. Energized got to fight to stay alive. Otherwise, he's going to be out of it from here. Oh, ROR. Okay, I know what you're saying. Yeah, Hippopotamus. They have good range, and like if you don't have the Hell Cannon to shoot or anything like that, you can shoot Cav units. They're good at killing Cav models with those big old javelins they launch. So, yeah. I personally prefer the pick 2 ban nothing. I think it won the poll in my stream, my Discord too. So I'll go back and check on that. I know there was a heated debate, but I'm just gonna go with what the community wants, and so that's how democracy works. And technically, it's not a democracy; it's just a streamer Discord. So we could get some sort of rush of Dragon Ogres and Kolic. Yeah, that's what they would be weak against. And they're very expensive, so you have to keep in mind if you bring double Stegodons, that's, you know, closing in on a third of your army right there, which is the points you spent. Or a quarter, I can't remember how much they are. Yeah, Javelins and Dragon Ogres. Also, this is a matchup where I think instead of just Chosen, I see Chosen with Halberds more often than I see Chosen against Lizardmen. Chosen with Halberds can kill themselves some dinosaurs. They're pretty good at it. Alright, so Carrick Boofdar is the map he picked. Greenskins and Dark Elves are his faction picks. I think he got the prediction that he was, Energized was going to give him the same medicine, so yeah. So he went Greenskins and Dark Elf, so he wouldn't face Chaos. Yeah, kite the machine in perpendicular. Tomb Kings, and he's going Dark Elves. Hell yeah. I'm happy to see Tomb Kings again. And now we're seeing Ice Power pull out the big guns. The Dark Elves, his main faction. We did see him lose against a Boris build earlier. But now we will see him up against the Tomb Kings. Now it's round 3. Match point for Ice Power. Just got to drill that into your heads. So I'm going to say it over and over and over again. Now, here we go. Yeah, he caught ammo. The Chosen caught ammo, just not units. Lizardman Skinks are not known for their AP missiles, no. Yeah, that's why I think the Razor Dawn hunting packs were kind of a good pick there. I almost would have rather seen just Razor Dawn hunting pack instead of the Emerald Tide. Because they have good armor, which I just recognized, and AP poison missiles, which slows the Chosen down even more. I don't know. Do they count as artillery shots, those barbs? Because if they do, then that would also mean the shields don't block them. Alright, Ice Power has readied up. Alright, Ice Power readied up. Energized still making his build. We're finalizing his build. And, should be doing just a jiffy. Because they don't explode? Yeah, but neither do deck gunners. Deck gunner ammunition doesn't explode, but it ignores shields. And same with, like... Well, cannons don't explode and they ignore shields. I don't know. I'll have to check that out later. And by check it out later, I mean mention it and forget about it. Alright, looks like Ice Power is ready, Energized is ready. We're getting into it. See you on the battlefield. XMT Ice Power with the Dark Elves taking on Energized and the Tomb Kings. This is round 3 of their best of 5 final. Ice Power currently leads 2-0, and so this is his match point. Alright, for round 3, we are back to our blue player on match point. Ice Power Total War. Gonna have 2 Reaper Bolt Throwers deployed up front so far. Got 2 Dread Spears, 3 Bleak Swords. Make that 4 Bleak Swords and 3 Dread Spears. We then have Dark Riders with shields, Cold One Knights, looks like 3 of them total. 2 Manticores and his signature Marathi, on top of her Dark Pegasus with the usual kit. Now to take a look at the Tomb King army, we are going to be seeing a front line that has some heavy hitting Tomb Guard in it. So we're going to have 2 Tomb Guard, some Skeleton Warriors here. King Nakesha's Scorpion Legion, the ROR Poison Imbued Legion. Now, for the rest of the infantry, we'll see a second unit of Skeleton Spearmen and make that 2 more, make that 3 more for a total of 5 Skeleton Spearmen. Also have a single Tomb Guard Halberd, 2 Ushapti with Great Bows, a healthy number of Nehekara Horsemen at 3. I think the best medium cavalry in the game. And then you, on the far left, see Archon the Black, yet to be deployed with his usual loadout, including Spirit Leech, Tombblade of Archon, Staff of Nagash, and the Liber Mortis. Grumpy Guard, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. I hope you're enjoying your stay, and if that was accidental, then I hope you're too lazy to unfollow me. Anywho, let's get to the battle. Looks like the players are almost ready. Troop count's going to be an advantage of the Tomb Kings as they outnumber the Dark Elves by about 400, give or take. And balance of power is going to be pretty much dead even. So, let's see how it all breaks down. Good sportsmanship on display there in the chat. And now we have begun. Reaper Bolt Throwers opening fire into the 3 Ushapti with Great Bows. I think I only said there was 2 of them. I think I said there was only 2 of them. My grammar is off today. And there they go, continuing to target. 1 model down so far. Another one may be going down soon, though. Ushapti look like they're just, focusing on 1 Reaper Bolt Thrower at a time. Really want to see them continue doing that. Looks like they were doing a little bit of a dodge there or something. This Reaper Bolt Thrower is down to 2 models, down to 1 model, down to no models. Over here, they're now turning their attention to the other. And honestly, the Tomb King should pull back right now. Just pull back. Don't even waste your time moving forward. You don't want to get into engagement, in my opinion. You just want to sit back on this hill, let your Chosen of the Gods do the talking for you. Here comes a nice skeleton summon from Archon. Tomb Guard are pushing out. They should actually trounce Bleak Swords, but we will see in the engagements to come. Balance of power is now swung to the Tomb Kings with the victory of their Ushapti Great Bows over one of the Reaper Bolt Throwers, and now the other one still firing away, but it looks like it may be going down quickly here. Spirit Leech also going down on top of it to ease its passing. Alright, over here we do see Bleak Swords, as well as the Manticores and Marathi just going for an alpha strike on these Tomb Guard. Tomb Guard not going to be having the best time with that. Nehekara Horsemen coming into the middle line. Like seeing this, they can be used as kind of a defensive second line push forward into the engagements that where they may be needed. Over here, now Marathi and them are turning their attention to the other unit of Tomb Guard. And the Chosen with the Gods continuing to fire away. Right now, Reaper Bolt Thrower down to 1 single model. Going to be seeing the Great Bows targeting the Manticores by the looks of it. Seeing the Soul Stealer going down top of these Cold One Knights, going right into the Tomb Guard. Nehekara Horseman coming in for a counter charge, but a Soul Stealer from Marathi is inbound, and it looks like everybody's going to be caught in it. So that's a very big Soul Stealer from Ice Power. And now the Marathi, the Manticores, look like they're going for the hero kill. Right now, Archon the Black in a precarious situation. Looks like he's going to be able to retreat. And the Ushapti with Great Bow still in a pretty dominant position. Only 1 Reaper Bolt Thrower still fine, so they're firing, so they're just ignoring it, which I agree with, and targeting the Dark Elf forces. And really, they need to eliminate some units quickly here. Otherwise, I think Ice Power is just going to pick up momentum and start bulldozing his way through this Tomb King front line. Right now, both Tomb Guard are in tatters. I think one of them is about to crumble out. Only 23 models left. Over here, that one still has a little bit more time to buy. The Dark Riders with shields coming into the back line, getting on top of the Ushabti with great bows. Over here, Spearmen and Hekara Horsemen did successfully intercept this Cold One Knight. Soul Spirit Leech going down on there to ease their passing. Over here, Marathi taking some damage, but once again, she's just fine. You know, she has Soul Stealer. She'll be okay. Halberds getting on to combat with the Feral Manticore. Two of the Ushabti with great bows are still alive and have high ammunition, but one of them is crumbling out of existence. Only one model left on that guy, and here comes the Ushabti summon. We'll be seeing them coming from the earth, ready to get into some combat. Ooh, Ushabti, I love you. Now, it looks like they're going over here for a rear charge against these Bleak Swords. Gonna smash into them, and that's a good engagement for them. They should be able to trounce those Bleak Swords no problem, and then maybe wheel around here to kill these Bleak Swords before their summon time's out. Over here, Dark Riders and the Hekara Horsemen going to a head-to-head charge. Skeleton Spearmen coming up to support them from the rear. We will see if they can get there in time. Meanwhile, Marathi and one of the Manticores going in for an alpha strike on top of the Ushabti with great bow. Other Ushabti with great bow firing in at him. And it looks like that Manticore is going to be into a situation where it's going to be able to rout pretty soon here. Over here, this Manticore diving into combat, but there are Tomb Guard with Halberds nearby to support those chosen with great bows. Meanwhile, over here, those chosen running away. Oh no! Archon didn't notice it, and he's going to be running that Soul Stealer right into more of his units. This Manticore, though, is routing. The other one is rampaging. Marathi is actually running from here. Soul Stealer, though, will it kill Archon the Black at this point? It looks like it may very well do that. Over here, Dark Elves, though, are routing. Both Manticores routing, but will they be able to continue routing? Because otherwise, I think the Dark Elves just got this in the bag. Right now, that single Reaper Bolt Thrower continuing to fire away at Archon. Archon getting pinned in place now by Cold One Knights. Marathi is on top of him, and he is not in a good place. He just summoned some Skeleton Warriors to help provide some meat cushion for him, but he is not in a good place. Still at critical binding, just barely hanging in there, using his Ushabti with great bows to try and act as like a wall for him to pull out through. And holy hell, he is still hanging in there. Liber Mortis popped down. Now the Ushabti with great bows may have an opportunity to shoot the Cold Ones in the back, but the path to victory is becoming very, very narrow for the Tomb King forces at this point. Just stop wasting ammunition on Marathi and just go for the Cold One Knights and other units, I think. She's too good at dodging, but it looks like they're going to continue firing at her and not shooting the Cold One Knights, who I think they actually... There we go. Switching up targets now, getting a very good single shot off. But that's the power of the Ushabti great bows. Marathi will dodge them, but Cold One Knights can't dodge them well, and they will lose models all day. Every single shot. Look at that. Rampage kicking in. Boom, boom. Ushabti great bows smashing them. Skeleton Warrior summon, soaking up the charge damage. And Ushabti having some time to play. Crumbling on top of one of them still, though. Archon the Black diving into combat, trying to help as much as he can. Cold One Knights now still rampaging, though, and they're about to get on top of the Ushabti with great bows. Army loss is going to be kicking in here, I think. And, ooh, Halberd coming in, though. They should be able to rout these guys pretty quickly. The Hekara Horsemen coming in for a charge, too. And now we see the other Cold One Knights coming in for the charge. And I think that's going to be a GG. Well played. And, yeah, excellent games to Ice Power Total War. Can't take it away from him. He has been playing beautifully. And Energized, no chump, as we saw. He was getting some very nice games down throughout this tournament, and some really nice Lizardman games in particular. But Ice Power just flexing his muscles, winning this 3-0, showing that he is not somebody who messes around. Yeah, very good games. Ice Power there, just on a roll. You know, well done to him. Oh, let me remove my face. I need to cover some of the value here. Shopty, for the most part, getting good value. This one getting shut down pretty hard. I think they made a mistake by not eliminating that last Reaper Bolt Thrower when they had the chance. And I do stand by what I said, that they should have ran away once they were getting that range dominance by eliminating the Reaper Bolt Throwers. Nekar Horsemen being used very well. Tomb Kings, though, the Dark Elves, though, doing a very good job of alpha striking the Tomb Guard. Marathi, just monstrous as always. Dark Riders, they were getting countered pretty well. Cold Knights did some good work, though, throughout the battle. And yeah, very well played to both of these players. Holy hell, it could have gone either way, no doubt about it in my mind. We'll update that scoreboard, go say congrats to the players. All right, ladies and gentlemen, on that note, let me throw up my face and say thank you all for tuning in. I do very much appreciate it. Hope you all enjoyed it. Got 90 viewers here. Having some really good turnout on the weekends here for the tournaments. I'll try to keep it up, stay as consistent as possible for y'all. We do have the Teach Me Total War tournament coming up next weekend, where I will take a new player who has not played multiplayer before, so either a campaign player or a brand new player, and start training them on Monday for the entire week, and then they will go into a tournament on the weekend against other content creators and their trainees. So next week, stay tuned for that. I'll post some details in the Discord. We even have like logos made by CA for it. So get excited, get hyped. We finished another tournament today. We got another tournament coming up next weekend that CA has put on. So we should get some like cool mugs and tankards for the teams that win. But yeah, I got to go find that person to train so I can start training them this week and get them ready to fight other newbies next week. So yeah, stay tuned for more info on that, guys. But thank you guys so much for tuning in. Thank you to the new followers, the subscribers, the resubscribers. Big thank you to the players, as always, for participating in the tournaments. And a big thank you to CA and all the other people who have looped me in for some of these new opportunities, like the Teach Me Total War tournament coming up in a week. So on that note, my son HW, going to be signing out from here. But take care of yourselves, and I will see you on the battlefield. Bye, everyone.